Oh man, these things are strange. Let's just send it. Let's just go for it. Welcome, travelers. Welcome again. Welcome again to another very, very awkward and peculiar and strange Bible study devotional that we're trying to just attempt to do. I just want to say I don't even know if I'm doing these things right. I like to think about, trying to meditate on the Word of God. And the thing is about these streams, which is kind of weird, is because, in some sense, we could just do the Bible study and, I could just end it right there. But what's weird about these Bible studies is that we do the Bible study and then we get into the bike riding and then we try and do a drawing stream within that. And what makes it a little bit more challenging, I guess, and sometimes it actually kind of maybe not baffles me at times, but it definitely is somewhat of kind of a bit of a different way to go about things. Is sometimes I go, well, how can I even apply what I even learned today? It's like, and the thing is like even yesterday, man, like yesterday it just felt like a full-on test for me because I'm like trying to do this Bible study on like encouraging others. Well, actually, it's so weird when we do these streams, right? Because like there's always like something that happens and like I'm like, wait a minute, the Bible commentaries didn't bring that up. And so another thing that these commentaries didn't bring up about, encouraging others and trying to build others up is what actually happened to me yesterday is, man, dude, I don't know what it was. Actually, these past 2 days, man, the BMX bike has been so hard, man. I barely have landed anything at all. And even just yesterday, man, I don't know what it was. I was just just frustrated. Just riding my bike trying to land this stuff. And I barely even, I'd only land one thing really. That was kind of somewhat of, and it's weird because here's another thing that I started thinking about. Well, it's kind of challenging to encourage people when you yourself are frustrated. Or what if you yourself were not encouraged and you're trying to encourage other people? And I actually had to battle that yesterday. And what's so interesting, because I'm like, wait a minute, this is so weird. Like they didn't bring that topic up. And it's just so funny because, these are these weird, the weird, strange, applicable things that these Bible studies, when we kind of put things together. And the other weird thing is, if any of you guys are kind of like interested in doing a Bible study, or, I mean, honestly, if that's, that's the thing I'm going to bring up. If anyone's inspired by, just like you want to maybe read a book aloud or read aloud or just do a Bible study, what's actually strangely been helping me, and I was just influenced by the mere association from other believers on Twitch, how, they go about doing their Bible readings or their Bible study, and then they go out and play video games, or they work out, or they cook food, or, do whatever. But they just keep it within the same stream, Well, a big thing about it is it's actually been making me commit to these things, right? Especially with the Bible, because I don't know about you guys, but it is kind of scary to do these Bible studies. And it's not necessarily like the scariness of it's like challenging, it's really, really hard, or it's hard to read aloud or something like that. What's scary about it is just the aspect of, well, what if I say something wrong? What are these people going to think about me? What if they make fun of me? What if I just get hated upon? What if everybody just thinks I'm crazy, And that is the scary thing. I guess it's the judgment of other people, what they're going to think about you as. And it has been kind of a challenge for me. And the other thing is, I feel like what I've been hearing from other believers is sometimes people are scared to do a Bible study devotional because, if you look up Bible study devotional like on YouTube, sometimes it's much more like, it's much more, it almost seems very like pristine, like they have like these really nice cameras and they have the backgrounds and it's like they're just saying every single word spot on. Like, they maybe have edited it out, all this stuff. They edited it out to where it's like they made sure they maybe didn't say something wrong or something like that. But that's what's weird about these streams is that we can't edit anything out. Right? But it's actually it's intriguing to me because it actually gets me to commit, right? And especially when we get into doing the bike riding after the Bible study, and then we do the drawing as well, is that even though I might have like a very, very awkward Bible study, when I get into the bike riding or I get into the drawing, I'm like, okay, well, I'm just going to commit to it. Whereas it sounds strange, but I'm pretty sure if I didn't do the bike riding after the stream, or if I didn't do the drawing after the streams, I would have probably deleted so many of these Bible studies, because so many of these Bible studies, I'm like, oh, I probably messed up right there. I mean, I probably said something wrong, like, and it's just so strange, and that's what's so weird about it. And sometimes it actually even makes me think about just how believers conversed prior to the technological revolution of having the ability to edit things out, right? Because, like if we were thousands of years way back, you just imagine we just going up and we're just meeting some other believers, right? It's not like we can just be like, oh, wait a minute, guys, I'm just going to stop this conversation that we're having together, and I'm just going to edit that out, and you guys aren't even going to see that part, right? So I'm wondering if, like, back in the day, back in history, there was a bit more of kind of like seeing people's mess ups or their mistakes, like just because they're doing it in front of you and stuff like that. But anyway, we're going to get into another thing, another Bible. So we're just going to look up a verse, and I'm just going to read a commentary or something. I apologize, anybody out there. I just want to say I apologize if I say anything that upsets anybody or condemns anybody. I'm really not wanting to do that, but I'd like to think about these Bible studies as just kind of a way to take a little bit of time to just read aloud. It sounds ridiculous even just to do that. And if anybody's out there, I feel like just reading aloud has actually changed a lot of my own speech kind of mannerisms. Just like, it's just very strange, especially when I first started doing these Bible studies. I actually got one critique from a believer, and he said I just read way too fast. He's like, bro, you're reading, and I don't even have punctuation in my reading. And it makes sense because, when you're reading like on a text thing, sometimes you can read a text faster than you can kind of like speak it at times. And so that's kind of how I use, and I actually probably still do it, unfortunately. I'm trying to remember punctuation, but punctuation when we're speaking, it's actually, it can be actually kind of challenging. But yeah, let's get into the Bible study. And I was trying to think about like, what could I look up? Like, so I think actually, because, like we're called to encourage people, right? Called to encourage people. But how can you encourage people when you're frustrated? It's actually hard, and that's actually what I was battling with yesterday. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm actually frustrated right now, but how am I supposed to encourage others when I'm not even encouraged myself? And there's like this, I don't know, like I don't really know what I was even to look up. We did find one of these things, and sorry, let me get your guys' comments. I'm just trying to like relay my thoughts here, because yeah, it's weird. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Encouraging people when you might not even feel like you. I mean, there's probably so many times where you don't even want to encourage people. Like, I'm not even feeling good right now. I don't even want to encourage people right now. But we're called to actually exhort and encourage people every day, as long as it's called today. And that verse has kind of been like, huh. Another thing I've been thinking about is is there some sort of level of maybe showing people your failures? Is there some level that could bring encouragement to people, being like, oh, well, okay, that person is not good at that. That person's failing over and over again. Maybe I can learn it, right? Because I feel like this is actually something that the streaming technology at the moment in our current age is actually shining a light upon, if you guys haven't noticed, right? And I actually think it's shining a light upon a part of humanity that maybe a lot of us would want to keep hidden, right? It's flat out hilarious, right? Because, since we can't edit this stuff out, it's like you get to see all my mistakes. Like even yesterday, bro, I rode for like 2.5 hours. I only landed like 2 things. People probably just think I'm crazy, just like failing over. It was probably like 99% failure, and I landed 2 things in 2.5 hours. People probably just think I'm crazy. But the thing is that I actually think this is why people are starting to be drawn into the streaming sphere, right? Because, you know, when you see someone playing a video game, even if they're like a millionaire or something, you know, even if it's like Kai Cenat or, you know, whoever, these big streamers or something like that, you get to see them make mistakes. You get to see them fail. And I think within the failure of it, it brings a level of humanity and also a level of humanity to the viewer, because you're like, okay, well, this person's not perfect. Because the thing is, what I've been noticing, especially, I mean, here's a great example, even on the flatland thing. Bro, sometimes I'm like seeing these flatlanders and they're like landing all the, I'm just like, how are you guys even doing this stuff? And I like go and try it. I'm like, oh, I'm about to give up. This is way too hard. And it's interesting because sometimes I guess if we were to just, imagine if society were just to shine a light just on your highlights, right? Just on your highlights, just on your best of the best. I actually think that might maybe even bring upon more envy and jealousies, right? And I think there is innately a level of kind of relatability when we do show our failures, when we do show our mistakes. I don't know about you guys, but I think that might, and I'm thinking, is showing our mistakes even a way to be a little bit more transparent? To maybe show a bit more trust to people, being like, okay, well, you know, I'm actually really bad at this. And I think, you know, another thing about showing our failures is it brings a level of humility. It straight up does, right? It's so hilarious to me because I'm like, what in the world? Like, this is like, sometimes I feel like God like puts these little tests on us, like these little like kind of like, you know, like it sounds kind of weird, but it does kind of feel like sometimes I don't know if I should even bring this up, but I do remember that there was this episode of Dragon Ball, right? And the Master Roshi put this really, really heavy turtle shell on them, right? Like this really weighty turtle shell on them, right? And they were tasked to climb up a mountain with this really heavy weight on them, right? And I feel like sometimes that's actually, I don't know. Take this with a big grain of salt. I'm wondering if God does that to us. I'm wondering sometimes if God puts us through these very maybe very heavy, strenuous trials, or maybe even struggles in our lives, or maybe even heartaches, or just these challenges, just very gnarly things in our life. Maybe not even that gnarly. Maybe it's just like a little bit of a weight. But maybe God does that in order to like strengthen us up. Because there is that one verse that says, by endurance you will gain your lives. Let me look that verse up. By endurance you will gain your lives. I've been kind of trying to meditate on this. But it's this verse right here, right? It's Luke 21:19. It says, by endurance you will gain your lives. But I'm thinking about that, right? Like, what does that mean? Like, why does God want us to have endurance? Like, I'm just thinking about that, right? And then I started thinking about, well, in order to even gain endurance, you kind of have to have like some sort of like push, and you know, everything was just smooth sailing. You're just gonna like, you know, it's gonna be easy. Like, in order to gain, like if you study an endurance athlete, bro, they go through trials and just rigorous training, like over and over, when people just think they're crazy, right? It's like, why are you putting your body through this? But that's how you gain more endurance. We have to go through the hurdles, right? I don't know. I'm just rambling. Sorry, I haven't even looked at the chat. I apologize, everybody. I'm just kind of just like. I'm sorry, everybody. I haven't looked at the chat. What's up, bro? Joko Will. I can never say his Wilkin. Yeah, I actually have heard him. I've seen I have seen like things of that dude. Like he knows. It seems like he like knows a lot of people, right? He's all like just like this really gnarly like what's the word? He's like a very stoic kind of like military kind of like, oh, like we gotta just go and do this, and you know, there is some merit to his character, right? But sometimes I do feel like it is a little overburdening. I'm like, oh man, this is kind of scary. Like this dude's kind of scary at times, right? But yeah, I have heard some people bring him up. You know, your apology offends me. I want to say the apology again. I'm sorry, because that's the thing, man. I meet so well, I mean, I guess I don't meet, but I hear a lot of people that say they want nothing to do with the faith because of believers. And I'm just like, bro, like, we're called to sow seeds out. We're called to, like, water the seeds. I don't want to be ripping seeds out of here, right? I'm trying to plant the seeds, okay? So, Michael Jordan didn't make his middle school team. Interesting. Interesting you bring that up, Priceless. Michael Jordan's actually a very, very gnarly dude, right? I remember actually one of my friends down the street, he actually showed me that, I don't know what video it was, some sort of, because I don't actually have TV. I know, it sounds weird. I actually don't have TV. Like, I literally don't even have, like, I guess I have the computer. I guess that's kind of technically a TV, but I don't have, like, any sort of, like normal, like, I don't have Netflix, I don't get, but I do go down to my friend's house and stuff, and they have TV and stuff, and I watch TV, and no, it's not my parents. I know some people are like, your parents are like one of those, I don't know, we just never really, I at the moment, just not too much into TV as much, but I did watch that, like, what's that called? The Michael Jordan kind of, like, documentary thing. It seemed like that dude was kind of, that dude was just chilling the whole episode on that one. Or high school, can't remember. I think he also used to play baseball or something like that. I mean, that's I guess, and that's the weird level about humility, right? I feel like failures do, and that's the other, because, man, yesterday I was really thinking, I was like, should I just delete this entire stream? Especially because I started messing up this drawing, and I was like, oh my goodness, bro, this is ridiculous, and I'm like wasting time, and I'm just like, just on it. And the thing is what's really weird is I go back and I'm like, okay, what clips did I land? Okay, well, I landed the stick beat no hand. I've done so many of them now. I kind of have them somewhat consistently. And then I look at the second clip I landed, and it was actually a funky chicken in a circle. Now, I actually laughed yesterday because I was like, bro, that's the second funky chicken in a circle I've actually landed in the garage. And what's so funny is that trick, the funky chicken, is actually one of my friends. Actually, one of my friends that got me into Flatland in Long Beach. That was actually his very first scuff trick. And I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? Like, that was his first scuff trick. And it's kind of humbling because I'm like, wow, dude, like, that took me a long time to learn. And that was his first one that he learned, right? And I think some people are gravitated towards different tricks in Flatland. I think maybe it might just be your bike geometry, your body composition, maybe the tricks that you previously knew how to do. But that is one thing. I feel like sometimes, like, Flatland does kind of humble me a bit just because you have to fail, bro, like, over and over and over. And I feel like this is like, it's almost like this mental game. It sounds ridiculous, right? I feel like Flatland's like this weird mental game where it's like, like when you're in a team sport, and like one of your teammates like messes up and you're like, bro, dude, why did you mess up, bro? We could have just like scored. Like, what are you doing out there, man? Like, you just get all like, or like the coaches get all mad at that one person. But what's weird about like BMX riding or like skateboarding or something like that, or like, or rock climbing, or I guess we do have belay and rock climbing, but in some of this stuff, it's kind of just like you battling yourself. It's kind of like, and it's kind of like if you mess up, then you made the mistake, and you're like, oh, dude, like it's like all on you sometimes, and yeah, I don't know, it's weird. Okay, let's see here, Creative. What'd you say, man? Depends on the failure. If it's something that doesn't work out, no problem. But if I'm failing at a rigged game, can't lie, I'll be looking for heads to fall. I guess that's another. I think that's, and you bring up an interesting point, right? About something that is rigged, something that when tricks start to emerge and stuff like that. Because many times, if you see, I guess when I observe certain tactics that certain, how should I say it? I guess like companies or corporations or something like, that sometimes they're like, oh, we want to get these people to buy these products, so we're gonna trick the masses into wanting them to need this product when they probably might, they might not even need it, right? And it is kind of interesting to kind of see that push and play within society. But I guess like that's just kind of how our economy is run sometimes. But let's see, what verse were we going to get into today? I was just going to read a commentary, just because like I was like trying to look up some things. I'm like, okay, well, how do we handle frustration, right? If we're called to encourage and exhort people as long as it is called today, I think a big one right now is to, okay, we should somewhat have a level control of our emotional states. I know I bring up our emotional states a lot, but the thing is, what I realized yesterday is I was like, it's very hard to encourage others if you're just frustrated or if you're just angry, bro. Like, imagine if you're just full on angry. You're not just going to be like all cheerful, like joyful, trying to like pump people, trying to build others up. You're going to be like, just like, you know, like, and it's like, it sounds cheesy, but it kind of just like makes sense, right? But there is this one verse up in here we might read a commentary on. I don't know if it relates to it, but I think it kind of relates to it. But it says, good sense makes one slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense. Now, I think I was like reading this verse today, and that last part's very, very interesting, right? I didn't, because when I think about this verse, I'm always like, okay, slow to anger, anger. What I actually don't really realize too much is this last part, and it is his glory to overlook an offense. Isn't that weird, right? Because how many times have we, well, I mean, maybe not we or anybody listening to this, but, you know, sometimes, like, we could take an offense at something, and we want to, like, fire back, you know, we want to be like, like, I'm just going to, like, get back at that person, or just, like, you know, but can you just be like, okay, you're just a brush off the shoulder? It kind of, you know what it kind of reminds me of? It kind of reminds me of when Jesus says, shake the dust off your feet, right? Like, why does even Jesus say that? Shake the dust off your feet. It's like, if they don't receive you, then just shake the dust off your feet, right? Like, what does that even mean? Like, I've never even done that. Well, actually, have you guys shaken the dust off your... I don't even know what that means. Shake the dust off your feet. What does that even mean? There today, go into lurk for a bit. Have a good one, creative. You guys do not need to be watching these streams. I'm just practicing at this point, right? I mean, maybe we could just do a Bible study on this one. Maybe this one might be an interesting one, because I understand, like, maybe shaking the dust off your feet is kind of just like maybe not letting things linger on your conscience or something like that. Like, I guess maybe we could just look that up, because maybe that goes into being slow to anger. And I guess that's a big one, right? And honestly, here's the big one I actually think now. Like, when I'm really thinking about it, just being slow to anger. Now, I know there is this one verse in James, right? And I've remembered it. It says, "For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God." Now, let's see what verse, because I don't know exactly what verse it is. I just remember that is a verse, right? It's this one right here. It's James 2, or is it James 2? It might be James 1. Is that James 1:20 or James 2:20? I think it's James 1:20. James 1:20. For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. I feel like this verse right here has really, really, really changed my life. It sounds crazy that one verse could change my life, but this one really has. And not only has it changed my life, I will admit, this verse has literally changed my life, but it's also challenged my life, because I've tried to remember that. It's like, it seems like not that hard of a verse to memorize, right? For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God, right? And the thing is that if you do start trying to memorize that verse, it actually starts kind of like becoming a bit of a strange challenge, especially when you do get angry. Because I have noticed, like, because, you know, even if I do have that verse memorized, sometimes I just don't always have it on hand, right? It's like I can't just recall it just right away. I wish I could, but sometimes it just ain't like that, right? And the thing is like, there have been so many times now where I've actually had that verse memorized, but I did get angry, right? I did get angry. And then the funny thing is that when the anger subsides and you kind of like and when you look back and you're like, oh wait, why did I even do that? And then that verse pops back up in your mind and you're like, bro, why didn't I think about that? Like, I should have just like let that not even affect me. And it kind of goes into the very verse we're going into today about like, he who is slow to anger. Good sense makes one slow to anger, right? Good sense makes one slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense.
So yeah, it's a very it seems somewhat common sense, right? But it's like sometimes we get in these verses and it seems like common sense. Don't get angry, right? But I mean, how many people do get angry just on a daily basis? I mean, I guess not on a daily basis, but like, you know, even if we were just to look in the prison system, if we were to teleport into the prison system, unfortunately, it's sad to see that a lot of the people that are in the prison system are actually in there because of emotional states. Like how insane is that? That it's just emotional states have riled people into, you know, even just a little spark of anger, you know, cause someone to start an argument, and then that argument caused them to get into a fist fight. Someone's losing a fist fight. Someone grabs a knife. They stab them in the neck and in the artery or something like that. They bleed out. Then one of their friends gets a gun or something like that and shoots them up or something. Dude, stuff like that. There's so many people right now in the prison system that very scenario, maybe not exactly the same, not exactly that scenario, but so many of that, if you actually just start looking into it and just seeing kind of like the psychology of a lot of people that maybe have ended up. Now, a lot of people are in prison as well for maybe things that weren't even of their control because there's just so many variables. But the thing that is interesting to think about is what are the things that we do have control over, right? At the kind of the time that we're in. I think one of the things that we can at least have a little bit of control over is our outlook of the situations that we're in and the outlook of our emotional states. It sounds so simple, and I feel like this is just like common sense, but it's unfortunate that like actually these things actually affect people for actually many, many years, and it's actually just very sad, actually. I just kind of want to briefly go into what does shake the dust off your feet mean, because it kind of reminds me about maybe not overlooking an offense. Actually, let's get into just Proverbs 19:11. Proverbs 19:11. Then we'll look up shaking the dust off your feet maybe when we get a little bit later into it. What's up, Unicorn? Greetings, traveler. Welcome to Bible study devotional awkwardness stream right now, where you guys could just kind of just peer in. And the other thing, I honestly wish all you guys would just do a Bible study. I was thinking about that yesterday too. How cool would it be if just maybe you're not even a believer, right? It'd just be awesome just to see. Imagine if everybody just had a little bit of a time and they're like, okay, well, even if you don't even know if you're doing it right, just read it, just looking into one verse or something, you know? Because that's actually what this one believer told me. He's like, dude, just look into God's word, even if it's just one verse or something, just think about it, right? Just even thinking about it, right? You know, and it's interesting when we go into Psalms 1 about how David meditated on the laws of the Lord day and night. The thing that I'm wondering is, did David ever mess up? You know, was he just always just like, because I feel like if we're not messing up, then we're kind of maybe not growing, right? Because I feel like within growth, you know, thinking about endurance and how there kind of has to be a push and play within gaining endurance, you know, it's like, I mean, I'm wondering if it would even be the same for me at the moment, like if there would be even the level of, yes, I know it sounds strange, but even fun about it, right? What's fun about getting into some of these scriptures is I don't even know if I'm doing it right. Sometimes I think I'm just messing up completely, right? But I actually like that's why I like when I'm doing these Bible studies in the beginning, you know, how I'm kind of just like, okay, well, what does this verse make me think about? What other verses does this make me think about? And then I like to read a commentary at the end because I'm like, okay, well, I totally got that wrong. And you get to see me get it wrong too. It's just like, but I find that actually, it's kind of interesting because I actually wish we could see this in just other like pastors or just other believers' lives, right? Because what I've been actually very curious of at the moment is when you ask a question to, say, a believer or a pastor, and, you know, before they look it up on the internet or something, or before they, you know, look up the verses and stuff, what comes up in their mind before anything, right? Before they do the study, before any of this stuff, what is that spur of the moment kind of answer that they would reply to me with? You know, because what I've been noticing is many times, you know, it's kind of hard to do that, right? I am a believer. That's awesome. That's awesome, Unico. And hopefully, the other thing is, I also want to relay anybody that's listening to these things. I feel like all of us, even if you have the smallest seed, maybe you have the slightest little seed. Maybe you're like, don't even want to, maybe you just even have the littlest seed, just the slightest little tiny seed of, even just like curiosity, right? Excuse me. I'd like to think that we're all in different seasons of our growth, maybe cycle or something like that, but we're all in different seasons, and I'd like to even, and here's another one that I've actually had to relay upon my own mind, is that we have to also, well, actually not just, I have to remember as well, that these believers that we meet, they're in different seasons as well. And sometimes the believers we meet, they might just be in like kind of like where the seed is still in the ground, and what if they just have one little leaf, right? Or what if we meet a believer that's just like full on just this tree or something, just like barren, just just something like that, right? It's just so I'd like to think about that, and we have to think that sometimes we gotta have a little bit of empathy, and we also have to, and thinking about failure, it's not like a person that's just sprouted a seed, they're going to be completely perfect. They're never going to fail. I feel like we all have to kind of go through these little hurdles, right? And I guess to have that empathy that, okay, well, if they fail, let's not just throw them under the bus completely and just like forget about them and just totally rip their faith out. Hopefully, instead of that, we would try and nurture that and be like, okay, and that actually goes into what we talked about yesterday about encouragement, right? And one of the parts of encouragement that I was thinking about is actually what WikiHow went into about encouraging people is the compliment sandwich, right? You guys remember? I don't even know if anybody's even watched these, but the thing is, like, there's this thing where, like if you're in a situation, right, and somebody does something wrong, right? Like somebody does something wrong, maybe they hurt you, maybe, or I can only imagine if you were maybe like a teacher or something like this, and like this student or something like messed up, and maybe they were very emotional, and if you said that they did it wrong, they just start crying, or what if they started getting angry and started fighting you or something? I really don't know I don't know what situation you would put this under. But there's a thing that you can do to kind of dampen the blow, so it's not like, okay, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, you did this wrong, and then they just totally just run away. They're like, I don't want anything to do with this anymore. I'm just leaving. And unfortunately, I think a lot of people in the faith have actually done that. Now the thing is what the encouragement thing that we read yesterday is that there's this level of, we can kind of have like a compliment sandwich. We can give somebody a compliment, kind of compliment what they're doing right, but also bring in what they may be doing wrong, and then bring in another one about maybe what they are doing right too. So it's kind of like compliment what maybe they're doing wrong, kind of like the meat of it, and then complimenting them again, right? To maybe dampen the blow instead of just like maybe, which I mean, I guess it depends on the situation, right? Because I know it is kind of subjective, and what's actually very funny about it is actually people kind of do that inerrantly, kind of just without really thinking about it. But if you actually notice it, I actually think that's actually what kids do. If like you were to like get in trouble, like imagine if you were a kid and you got in trouble and like you're there and your parents, I feel like kids kind of like do that without them even thinking about it. They're like, oh, well, I don't want to get my parents upset, so I'm gonna kind of do this and then say what I did wrong and then kind of do something, it's straight up hilarious actually. But yeah, let's read this commentary. So let's read this commentary, okay? We're reading the commentary on Proverbs 19:11. If you guys have your Bibles, we are in Proverbs 19:11. The reason why I went into this one today, if you guys just hopped in, is because it is very hard to encourage people when you yourself are frustrated or you're angry or you're sad or depressed. I feel like that's a big one. Now, this one is specifically going into anger, and it says something about us being slow to anger, which I think that is a trait that we should learn as believers, especially as James goes into, for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. I guess that goes into a whole other Bible study of what even causes anger. Many times there's a lot of different things that cause anger, right? Like envies and jealousies and coveting, or maybe even fear. It's kind of like the whole Star Wars thing. Remember Star Wars, where Star Wars goes into fear. What does fear lead into? It sounds ridiculous, right? Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. It's so hilarious, bro, because I was like, I never understood that until I started being like, okay, wait a minute, that's interesting, because here's an example. When you are on a highway, right? Like when you're driving on a highway and you see, like, you look over somebody and they, like, someone just like, ugh, and they're like, ugh, and they just like blow up and they're just screaming at them and stuff. Well, there is kind of like a sense of a fight or flight kind of primal instinct that kind of shot in their mind, maybe because of just the primal nature of some people and their emotional states. And sometimes when we do get fearful, that fear kind of turns into maybe this fight or flight response, and actually we do get angry. And it is kind of interesting because I have been noticing that Jesus actually brings up a lot of these, like, it's almost, if you kind of like look a little under the surface, especially about loving your enemies and stuff like that, and how he goes, oh, well, it was said that it was tooth for a tooth and an eye for an eye. And he was like saying, well, that was from the old, like, days, right? Well, what's so interesting is Jesus brings up some other ones, and it's so funny because it's almost like it's been making me ponder, like, Jesus was kind of like looking into the primal aspects of man and being like, okay, well, this is the primal nature of man, but how can we go beyond that? How can we go beyond just the primal tribalism of societies, right? It's like, how can we just promote peace and stuff like that? I mean, it would be amazing if there would be world peace, right? I would just love to have world peace everywhere. I think most people would want that, right? But many times, unfortunately, there's a lot of violence and conflicts that start arising, and unfortunately, maybe a lot of that starts with just simple emotions, unfortunately. So that's what we're going to do as a Bible study. Let's read this. So if you guys want to read this, I think most people just listen to these, but if you guys want to read along, we're reading this one. Let's see. What is this going to say? There is a strong correlation between godly wisdom in Proverbs 1:7, 8:35 through 36, and the ability to think before one reacts. Proverbs 18:17 and 19:2. This proverb notes that it's far more honorable to ignore insults than to overreact to them. Instead of escalating a situation, the wise person diffuses it by remaining calm. Proverbs 15:1. When someone is easily angered, they allow others to control them. Wow, I was not expecting to read that. That's really weird. Because it's actually very, very strange. I did do some studies on the demonic, demons, and devils to get into it. There was actually some sects of Christianity that they actually used to get into the study of the demonic and devils, and it's actually called demonology. And the thing is that what's interesting that some of these believers would bring up is that demons and devils actually like to play upon the emotions of man. And it's interesting because they actually brought up something about talking how, devils and demons, if you can control people's emotional states, in a sense, you can kind of control them. And it's very weird. And it's just strange. It's very odd to think about, right? But yeah, I mean, that even makes me think about don't let the sun go down on your anger. Don't give the devil a foothold, right? There's so many weird things about it. Now, I do want to say take that with a big grain of salt. I know. I want to even say take it with a giant grain of salt because some of the stuff that I read and some of the stuff, like about like demonology and like the study of demons and devils and stuff like that. The thing is that like you gotta be, because sometimes I'm just like, well, I feel like sometimes they just make up a lot of this stuff because they're like, well, where's that in the Bible, right? Like, where does that even correlate with some of this with Scripture? So you got to be very, very careful. But, there are some that makes you think, and you're like, huh, interesting. Okay, well, that's an interesting take on that situation, right? That I never really, thought about. And so, I don't know. But, yeah, just be careful, and maybe if you're curious about that stuff. But it does make me think about this right here. When someone is easily angered, they allow others to control them. Straight up just reminds me of this verse right here. Don't let the sun go down on your anger. Don't let the sun go down on your anger. Don't give the devil a foothold. Now it's interesting. Does that make sense, right? So if we're not, so is anger actually a foothold of the devil? So does the devil actually use the emotion of anger in man? That's brutal, because if you just think about, imagine just thinking about the mounds of corpses, the mounds of bodies throughout the time of just the dawn of the first murder, Cain and Abel. Just thinking about, just imagine if we could just see the bodies of corpses and just mounds of just dead bodies that have just died because of the emotion of anger. It would be, dude, it would be like, oh my goodness, like you would like that would just be like, it's just insanity right there, bro. Like it's so crazy how many people have died because of this emotion. And it's weird to say that. It actually is very, very strange to say that. And it's weird because it's also even making me, man, it's making me think of a lot of stuff. But let's see. Where is this verse up in here? Don't let the sun go down on your anger. Don't give the devil a foothold. It's in Ephesians 4:26. I want to see what it says in the ESV version in here. Do I even have that underlined? Ephesians 4:26. 4:26. Where is that? Okay, here we go. So it's interesting that this one says, be angry and do not sin. Do not let the sun go down on your anger and give no opportunity to the devil. So it's interesting. So I think what I personally think about these texts right here is it's saying that anger is going to happen to us, right? Maybe it is, I mean, as much as we'd like to just never be angry, right? I think there's always just these things that completely maybe might frustrate us, might lead us into fear, that even just get us angry. But what is it saying right here? Don't let the sun go down on your anger. So maybe don't let it just weigh upon you, right? And it's interesting that it says, and give no opportunity to the devil. It's so weird. I'm just really wondering, I'm just going to look it up right now. Does the devil use anger in man? Does the devil use anger or I'm just going to say, does the devil use anger? See, now it is, see, so there is some things on this, right? I was thinking about that, right? Don't let your emotions give Satan a foothold. So they're bringing up that verse, right? Now that's very interesting. Man, that is very, very weird. Very weird to think about. It's weird because I haven't heard too many pastors relay the emotion of anger to the devil, right? And it's very, very, very interesting, actually, huh? But anyway, let's get back into, I got a little sidetracked. We should be slow to anger, right? But yeah, that's what got me thinking about that, is that right there. When someone is easily angered, they allow others to control them. That's scary, actually. That's actually very scary. And I actually think, sometimes when people push people's buttons, sometimes they kind of prod people, trying to want them to kind of just get angry. Man, I can only just imagine that's probably what, I don't know, man. It's weird to think about. Let's keep going. What is this going to say? The self-controlled person doesn't let others bait them into a fight. The need to control one's temper is a frequent subject of Solomon's Proverbs. Proverbs 14:29, 15:18, 16:32, 19:19, 22:24, and 29:11. The Apostle Paul writes in Romans 12:17, repay no one evil for evil, but give thought to do what is honorable in the sight of all. He continues by saying, beloved, never avenge yourselves, but leave it to the wrath of God. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, says the Lord. Romans 12:19. In addition, Paul advocates treating an offender kindly. Romans 12:20, and concludes, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans 12:21, instead of taking matters into one's own hand, an offended person should leave matters of vengeance to the Lord. Interesting. What's actually really, they didn't even bring up James. It's so weird, right? They didn't even bring up James. They didn't even bring up for the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. Man, I thought out of all the verses, they'd bring up that verse. I'm just like, don't those two verses like go hand in hand? I mean, I don't know. That's what that one says. Let's read a kind of a another one up on here. Let's see here. So this is the KJV version. Now we are on. This is BibleHub.com, by the way, with these older commentaries. For some reason, they all use the KJV version. I don't know. Maybe it was the guys back in the day. But yeah, a lot of these older commentaries, they use the KJV version. But we haven't actually read the KJV version. What does it say? The discretion of a man deferreth his anger, and it is his glory to pass over a transgression. Huh. That's interesting. Let's read some of these. Wow, this is Ellicott's commentary. Look at how much he wrote. This is actually probably the shortest commentary I've ever seen on the site. It is his glory to pass over a transgression, and it is in this he imitates a greater. Huh. I'm bringing up those verses. Let's read the Benson commentary on this. The discretion of a man deferreth his anger, defers the admission of anger, till he has thoroughly considered all the merits of the provocation, seen them in a true light, and weighed them in a just balance, and then defers the prosecution of it, till there be no danger of going into indecencies of speech or behavior. Plato said to his servant, I would beat thee if I were not angry. And it is his glory to pass over a transgression, not to revenge a wrong or affront, when he hath opportunity. This is opposed to the perverse judgment of worldly men, who account it folly and stupidity not quickly to resent a provocation and dishonor, and reproach to not to avenge it. That was very confusing. I don't know what Benson was on, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm not very good at these olden speech. It just feels like he uses all these like words that I'm like, I don't know, like just how he like put those words together just made it very confusing. I'm just like, he like made this very simple thing kind of sound very confusing to me. I'm just not used to that olden like language. I can read it now, but it's just like, it's just hard for me to kind of really grasp what that guy was. I mean, I guess not to revenge yourself and not to kind of like let your anger kind of get into wanting to hurt people. I think that's what he was kind of getting into. Let's see here. What other ones have we got? Let's read Gill's exposition. What's this one going to say? Why do all these guys use the KJV version? The discretion of a man deferreth his anger, that he does not show it immediately, but takes time to consider of the offense given him, and makes use of a proper time to resent what is fit should be resented. He is a wise and discreet man that is slow to anger. Proverbs 14:29. He is most like to God, who is long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth. Wow. Now, this is what I love about, we just read 3 commentaries, right? This is what I really, really find interesting about reading different opinions that other believers had on the very same verse, right? Now, what's interesting that Gill brought up is that we are more like God when we are slow to anger, right? That's so weird because I never really would have thought about it that way, right? He is most like God to he who is long-suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, man. And even just thinking about that, right? It's like, you know what it's making me think of? It's making me think of Jesus on the cross. You know, remember when the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, Lord Jesus Christ, was on the cross? He did not. It seemed like he didn't get angry, right? What did he say? He said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do." Dude, he was even able to just forgive his enemies. When I feel like, in the most primal sense of most people, maybe even every person, most people would want to just get so angry at these people that just did all this pain to you, then just get back to them, right? But it was so interesting that even at that lowest moment that Jesus was in on the cross, he said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what." He still wanted to forgive these people that did all this stuff to him, bro. That is like so far beyond the primal mind of a normal person that it's like, it's so interesting to me. I'm like, wow, dude, that's like, it's very it's very interesting to think about, and something that is I guess it goes into being like God, right? Long suffering, abundant in goodness and truth, even if you are being persecuted even from people even that would kill you. And it's just so crazy to me, right? And that ultimately, man, that is just, it's almost so perplexing to me. I'm like, wow, that is just so, man, that's just crazy, man. It's just so crazy to think about. Anyway, let's keep going. Exodus 34:6. And it is to the honor of his name that he defers his anger and refrains from cutting off those that offend him. Isaiah 48:9. And it is his glory to pass over a transgression, to forgive an offense committed. It is the duty and interest of a man to do so, and it is his honor, as the contrary greatly reflects dishonor on him and tends to disgrace and reproach him. Now that is actually kind of weird, right? Because sometimes I feel like, when people want to prod you and you're just like, and they want to kind of just like entice you or something like that, right? Sometimes it's like you want to like, you want to like burst out, but it's actually an honor for you to be like, you know what? It didn't even hurt me, man. It's like, bro, you just, it's like, I don't know, man. It's really crazy, man. It's very strange to think about that, but maybe I just think it's strange. I found that just like, they didn't even bring up the thing on the cross though. And it's interesting because you got to take that with a big grain of salt too, because that's just what that made me think of, and the commentaries didn't bring that up, right? So I don't know why it made me think about that. Well, I know why it made me think about that, because they brought up long suffering, right? But yeah, I guess that's the. I guess we'll read one thing about shaking the dust off our feet, because I know it's like the glory to overlook an offense, right? So maybe that has something to do with shaking the dust off our feet. So say like if you're proclaiming the gospel or something, people are making fun of you or something like that, could you have the ability to not retaliate into maybe a manner of having kind of a tonality that is very angry? Like, imagine if you had all these people and they're all just like yelling at you and just like making fun of you of what if they're just spitting at you and stuff. Could you have like the meekness to be like, you know what, I'm not going to get angry. We're going to just be chill, man. It's like, we're going to be like, even if you guys want to kill me or something like that, like, we're going to just like, we're going to try and be meek, right? And it's like, we try and show love. And I always like to think about this in terms of, because we are called to adorn ourselves and equip ourselves with the armor of God, right? The helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness, the belt of truth, the boots of the gospel of peace, the sword of the Spirit, and the shield of faith by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one, right? I always draw it. I'm probably going to draw it today, actually. The thing is that when I think about that, I think about just the aspect of, even if you had imagine if you had all this armor, right? All this armor, and you could just defeat all your enemies. You're just like, yes, we're just completely armored, that we're just going to just train wreck everybody, right? We're just going to, boom, we're just, But the thing is that what's weird is that Jesus says that we are called to love our enemies, right? And we're called to, how I view it now, it's actually taken me years to think about this in terms of an RPG class, and I have brought it up, a couple weeks, maybe a week ago. But I like to think about it more in the sense of like being like a paladin class, maybe like a nature paladin that's like turning people into trees, and we're just sowing seeds out and stuff like that. But we're kind of like a class that maybe we have a lot of health and vitality and fortitude, and maybe all of our stats are up. But you know what stat would be completely down? Our damage stat. like what if all of our stats were just completely up? All we could do is heal people. We're like, okay, and then like we see all these enemies just trying to kill us, right? They're trying to like throw flaming dart. They're trying to, and we're just like, hey man, I'm sorry, I can't hurt you guys. We're gonna try and heal you guys, okay? Like you guys can keep trying to kill me, all right? But we're gonna just like, we're gonna try and love on you, man. Let's end the nonsense. Let's end the violence. How can we heal everybody? How can we bring encouragement to the scene, right? It's like, I don't know. That being a peacemaker is very, very difficult. It's very, very hard. Especially if you were called to be a peacemaker in two warring parties. Bro, imagine that. Imagine there's two. What would you do then? Right? Imagine if there's two warring factions. We're going to kill each other, and they're all just killing each other, right? You hop in the scene, you're like, hey, man, you guys need to chill it, bro. You guys need to just chill out, bro. What if they both turn on you and then they want to kill you, right? So it's like, I don't know, man. It's that's a whole nother Bible study, because being a peacemaker is very, very. I'm actually still struggling with it, because I'm like, how do you even go about doing something like that? It's like, I don't know. It's like, that's a whole nother Bible study. I apologize, but let's read this. What does it mean to shake the dust off your feet? The command to shake the dust off your feet appears only 4 times in the New Testament. In each case, the command is spoken by Jesus to his disciples when he sent them out 2 by 2, Matthew 10:14, Luke 5:9, and Mark 6:11. Jesus says, if any place will not welcome you or listen to you, leave that place and shake the dust off your feet as a testimony against them. In the Matthew 10 account, Jesus clarifies his meaning. Truly I tell you, it will be more bearable for Sodom and Gomorrah on the day of judgment than for that town. Holy moly. Shaking the dust off one's feet conveys the same idea as our modern phrase, I wash my hands of it. Shaking the dust off the feet is a symbolic indication that one has done all that can be done in a situation and therefore carries no further responsibility for it. In the scriptural examples, Jesus was telling his disciples that they were to preach the gospel to everyone. Holy moly. That is pretty gnarly. To preach the gospel, I mean, I guess that's called to the Great Commission, right? Now, that's actually another weird thing when I think about the Great Commission. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the last things, like, Jesus wanted his followers to do or something. Like, to go out and make disciples of all nations and proclaim the gospel to all of creation. I might be wrong on that. I think it might be that, but it's pretty crazy to think that that was what the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings, he wanted like us to go out into the Great Commission. And by the way, the other thing that I feel has kind of confused a lot of believers is that when we think about the Great Commission, I think a lot of believers think, oh, well, that's just the pastor's job or something like that, right? That's only for the pastor, right? That's only for this, you know. But the thing is that we're all called to follow the Lord Jesus Christ, right? So we're all, in some sense, we're all called. I might be wrong in this though, but from what my studies on it, we're all called to the Great Commission. Right? It's like we all have a little part in. You all can have a little part in the bigger, tree that is the Lord Jesus Christ, right? We could all be grafted into the Lord Jesus Christ, right? And hopefully we could. That's what ultimately Jesus wants. The Lord Jesus Christ wants all to come to repentance, right? Man. Anyway, so where's that? Okay, everyone. Where they received with joy, they should stay and teach. But where their message was rejected, they had no further responsibility. They were free to walk away with a clear conscience, knowing that they had done all they could. Shaking the dust off their feet was, in effect, saying to those who rejected God's truth would not be allowed to hinder the furtherance of the gospel. Even the dust of those cities that rejected the Lord was an abomination and would not be allowed to cling to the feet of God's messengers. You know, it's actually interesting because there actually is a strain. When I was actually in Venice Beach, what was very weird is there's this, I don't want to judge, but it seemed like they were homeless, right? But there is this weird, there is this weird verse that says, beautiful is the feet that proclaim the good news, or I don't know what verse it is. It's something that, yeah, it actually is. Okay, it is this verse. Yeah, it's this verse. It's so interesting, right? And how shall they preach unless they are sent? It is written, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace and bring glad tidings of good things. But yeah, she had that verse up, written down multiple times. I was like, wow, out of all the verses, like, that's a strange one. That is, I'm going to be honest. Like, out of all the verses you could write, that's the verse she wrote down. I'm just like, all right, interesting. That's an interesting verse. Yeah. And I guess that kind of even goes along. And you know what's actually interesting? You know what's actually kind of funny? That kind of even relates about shaking the dust off our feet. And it's weird because the commentary really didn't go into that. But for me personally, shaking the dust off our feet it reminds me about not letting our emotions stir us into maybe even wanting to hate our enemy or even to hate our neighbor or to not want to love our neighbor. Like I feel like that might even have something to do with, I might be completely wrong, but that's what it's making me think of just from all the prior verses we went into today. But yeah, anyway, that was the Bible study. And we made it right on an hour. Holy moly, dude. These Bible studies are weird. People just think I'm crazy. Oh well, I'm just practicing. I'm sorry if I said anything wrong. We're just practicing here. Thing is, I also kind of like to think about what is it? It's Matthew something about, what's that verse? Something about anxiety. Something about like don't take no thought for tomorrow. What's that verse? What is that? What verse is that? Take no thought for the morrow. Now I know some people have some renditions of what that makes them think about. Take no thoughts for the morrow. Sounds ridiculous, right? You're not gonna lie, it does sound pretty gnarly. But when I think about that, take therefore no thought for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient of the day is the evil thereof, right? Sounds crazy, but that actually kind of also inspired me to even try and do like 1 day drawings. You know, like how I don't like to do drawings in a 2-day segment. Because honestly, sometimes it gives me anxiety because I'm like, oh, well, I gotta finish this out, or it actually gives me anxiety now. It's because you know why it started giving me anxiety. I think is because I used to do like these character commissions for drawing and painting, and I paint people's RPG characters. Dude, I'd be sitting there days on days and days. And I'd be like working on this thing, and then they would tell me to change it all. I'm like, bro, I just worked on that thing for like 2 or 3 days. I worked on that thing for 4 days right there. You want me to change it right now? Why didn't you tell me to change that right in the beginning? Now I already painted it. Like I gotta like now you're wanting me to do it all over again. I'm like, bro, like I mean I'm no harm on them, but it does get a little frustrating because it just feels like you just wasted like just days on end just painting this thing. And that's why now I just kind of like just boom, okay, well. And I kind of like almost treat these Bible studies like that too. It's just like, okay, boom, all right. If I mess up, well, my bad. We're going to do another one tomorrow. Hopefully we learn from our mistakes and stuff like that. What's also really weird that I'm noticing is many times it seems like people aren't really wanting to call people's mistakes out and stuff. So sometimes I'm just like, okay, well, I have to kind of have an introspection of, which I think that's what these Bible studies are good. When you do the Bible study and then you do like maybe playing a video game or like riding a bike or something, or just doing anything besides just the Bible study devotional, is it does have this level of introspection. It's almost like you have like this third person kind of like thing upon you, because you're just like, okay, well, I did this Bible study. How do we apply this to reality, right? Because we could say all this, I could just say all this stuff, right? Like imagine if I were just to say all this stuff. But could you show it? Can we show it within our lives, in our actions, just how we're going about things? That's the hard part, right? I honestly feel like reading aloud and stuff like this is really not that hard. What's hard is how do we apply it, right? How do we apply these things? Because it makes it, and I know why it's hard too. Because right now, I could read this right here, but am I going to remember it? Am I going to remember not to get angry when I get completely frustrated? Well, all the time I'm probably not, right? And that's the thing, and that's where the challenge comes in. Because it's not only a challenge of application of how we're even applying it, but it's also a challenge of memory, of can we even have even any sort of a semblance of memory of what we have even been learning. I'm gonna be honest, I fail over and over and over again. Honestly, I feel like it's like Flatland. I have to kind of just keep like doing it over and over and over again to kind of even get it in my mind. Especially nowadays, because if we look at the technological scope of today, dude, there's just so many things that are just so fast, bro. I mean, we just have everything. Well, maybe not everything, but like we can have just so many things just so quick to us that it almost kind of like increases our attention spans, right? I mean, how crazy would that be? Imagine how crazy would it be if the technological advancements of today's age got so drastic to the point where it literally just increased the attention spans of everybody around us. Now, how hilarious would it be if, like, then you teach people something and they can't even remember it? I don't know. Is that going on right now? I really don't know, right? But it'd just be hilarious. I'd just be like, what in the world is going on here? Like, It's like, can we even remember? All right, everybody, can we even remember? No, I don't even remember anything. Well, I guess we got to just keep doing it. Something like that, right? I probably just seem crazy. Oh well, I tried. Everybody. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, now it's time for a card draw. And what's actually kind of weird about these card draws is I actually have these cards have actually helping me to remember a lot of verses. And these are not tarot cards, by the way. I know some people get all tripped out. These are not tarot cards. I've never done tarot in my entire life. But it is kind of weird. There is actually a strange thing. I vaguely read it. I didn't read the entire thing. They did say something about, the normal suit of cards, that there was something about the normal suit of cards were like inspired by, or maybe it was the other way around, something like that. Something about, I might be completely wrong on that, so you maybe have to look that up, but something about a normal suit of cards, like tarot inspired that or something like that, I don't know. Okay, then, well, let's see what we draw today. Let's see the artwork up in here. Today's Bible study was actually very smooth. It was like very and it's weird because like some of these days they're very hard and some days they're really smooth. And I guess it's just like anything, right? But today's Bible study, for some odd reason, it had a very, I think because yesterday was so hard. That's kind of the cool thing, is when you do have like a really like gnarly day, it makes the next day after, it kind of makes it like a lot easier. It's kind of like the turtle shell thing. The turtle shell analogy. Got it? Okay, travelers, what are we going to draw today? First card of today. Interesting. New Benalia. That's so funny. You know what this card reminds me of? I actually have it right here. You guys saw me, I shuffled all that up, but it's so funny because this card right here, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of this movie that I actually have out here. It's actually one of the few, I don't own many movies, but I do own this movie right here. Now, I'm going to be honest, this movie did not do good. People actually hated this movie. They didn't like it, but I honestly really like this movie. Now, what's actually funny, I mean, I guess I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but oh well. What's interesting about this movie is because there is this thing, it's like this new New York or something like that in the movie, right? But what's interesting is in the movie, there's like this weird scientist guy, and he was like, and so I think they had some weird thing there. They're burning books or something like that, and he goes like, "Oh, you need to keep it in your mind, like, or something like that," because she had like all these notes and stuff like this, and he's like, "This is like gonna be like, you need to have it in your mind instead of just like." And I'm like thinking about that. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, I'm actually wondering if they got like inspiration, because that reminds me of the little new New York thing, because it was like protected and stuff. It looked like it. That's what it made me think of. Interesting. This is the second card today. Stoic Angel. Wow. Man, that thing looks cool, huh? That thing looks gnarly. Third card. Okay, Paladin. Pentarch Paladin. I don't really know if that looks like a paladin. It looks like a rogue paladin. It doesn't have like full-on plate armor. It has like cloth armor too. Number 4. Orem's Chant. Interesting. Now you see that what this card does, it actually you can't attack and stuff like this. Target player can't cast spells, and if you pay the kicker cost, creatures can attack this turn. Got a Plains, Man, how cool would it be to be in that little area? Dude, I always think, like, dude, when I look at these things now, I'm like, man, that thing would be so cool. Imagine we did a Bible study right in there. Imagine if, like, that, imagine if it wasn't the garage right now. Imagine it was like we were, like, in a forest or something like that. We're like, okay, everybody, we're going to do a Bible study. Man, that'd be so awesome. I don't know what internet you guys are using to do outdoor streams. I can't do the outdoor streams. What internet are you guys using? Because I know someone came up on here and they told me like they're using like the $700 setup. I'm like, I don't think everybody's using that. I think some people just have like really good service or something like that. But I wish I could just stream everywhere. That'd be cool. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aegis Angel. What's weird about this one is this one has doves in the background. Alright, let's put that one up on our Instagram. Do 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 do. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, buddy. Okay, let's do our card draw of the day. How are we going to do this up in here? Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe and as well try and support some artists up in here. Today we drew New Benalia, Stoic Angel, Pentarch Paladin, Orum's Chant, Plains, Aegis Angel. For the last card of the day, what will it be? Got a nice warm forest. Let's see, I like Aegis Angel. Has like doves in the background. Intriguing. But this card was really, actually what's weird about this card, I was actually just talking about it. New Benalia, this card right here, it reminds me of this movie right here. I actually have it out right here. It reminds me of this movie. I know this movie, a lot of people don't like this movie, but I honestly really like this movie. I thought it was cool. Here's the last card. Or not the last card, but another draw of the day. Stoic Angel. Farewell, travelers. Try your best and have fun. Boom. There we go. Now we can go forward. This is the last card of the day. We got a forest. Painted by... Please say that. Roro Vital. Huh. Alrighty then, everybody. That concludes this segment of the stream, and now we're gonna get into the bike riding segment, where I'm probably gonna be struggling. The past 2 days have been a struggle, because I know why it's been a struggle, because I'm kind of more in the realms of trying to learn new tricks, and I'm trying to learn more front wheel tricks because I'm not very good at the front wheel. And man, I don't know what it is. It's just like these front wheel tricks just take me forever, man. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. You guys that are just like really just good at the front wheel, you guys are on some other. I personally think the back wheel tricks are easier, but like, I think it's just because I just have done more stuff on the back wheel, and just the front wheel is just like a whole nother monster. I guess not a monster, but no, just challenge. Alrighty, let's see, is this all set up here? Let's see, I have this little cross, the tire's hidden across right around it. Where is it? Oh, can't even see it. Oh wait, that's why, because this is, I'm gonna push that in. See that little cross down there right there? See that thing right there? I use that as the gauge too for the camera. By the way, if you guys are wondering why I use the same angle all the time, it's because this angle right here I found, this is the angle that I can show the most amount of the garage. Because if I put this camera up, it cuts out like 5 feet, so I have to like literally do all my clips over there. I think maybe there's a different angle you could get with. I mean, maybe if you get like a fisheye lens or something. But this angle, it seems like I can get the most surface area for filming stuff in here. Alrighty. Let's shred the tubes, dudes. We're gonna shred the tubes, man. Let us just bear more fruits of the Spirit, hopefully. Love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, gentleness, self-control. I think I've kind of remembered them. I might have gotten one wrong. Let's see here. Intriguing. Is this on copyright? Let's see. Yep, it's on copyright. Everything's on copyright. Why not everything's on copyright? There is some stuff, a lot of stuff that's not on copyright. But it's hard to find stuff that's not on copyright. Alrighty, let's check our PSI. Actually, I need to move this computer over. We'll check the PSI. Just move that camera over. Wondering if I can land anything today. I guess it just matters of the journey, right? Cheesy quote. Maybe it's not the destination, maybe it's just the journey along the way, right? But the journey is riddled with failures, man. So, I guess that's a lot of content you can share, honestly. Let's try to water some of the plants by doing a bunch of fire hydrants. Over a little bit. I always wonder, like, what are the pros doing? I would love to just see, like, do they just work on one trick? I really don't know, right? Do they just work on one trick all day? Do they work on like 10 tricks? Do they work on, I don't really know how they go about doing it. How I kind of do it, just because of the streaming thing, because I could just work on one trick, right? Or I guess that's what Trevor Meyer said he did. I think he did say he used to just work on one trick or something like that. But just because we're streaming it, I think it would be boring just to see me doing the same trick over and over. So I try and like funnel it with like 5 different tricks I'm trying to work on. But it's probably still boring to watch.
cliffhangers. I'm gonna do some of this double foot stuff. How do you guys do that? I wish I actually had more just riders that would just tell me what I'm doing wrong. Because I don't know what I'm doing wrong right there. It seems simple, but it's hard. Try not to do as many gyrators. I know I can do the gyrator pretty good now, so I'm trying to work on other tricks besides the gyrator. Ooh, sketchy. Sketch Nation. Guess another thing I practice, just the switch off. What other stuff we've been working on? We can kind of like, This one's kind of fun. This is a generator one. I haven't done the manual one in a while. I was trying to learn that one too better.
Wix is your platform to perform on.
You're also learning what that is. Oh yeah, we're trying to learn hitchhikers. That's what we're trying to learn. Yeah. There's this body drill from one to learn too.
What is that? Is that a stubble duck? I think that's a stubble duck. I think I'm doing it differently. I don't know what it is actually. Oh my god, I almost did it right there. Dude, I'm gonna learn that. Woo! What's that trick called? I think that's like what? I think it's a stubble duck. It's either a stubble duck or it's like a body builder or something. That's hard. I like keep getting like I'm not like fast enough. I'm too slow. Let's change it to fitness and health. There we go. Peace. Whoopta. Messed up. Whoopta. It was pedal flip. Let me land it. That was a fun combo.
Can't land anything. I think landing is the hard part. You practice hitchhikers. I guess you practice cliffhangers, right? You practice the double foot thing again. Song's not long enough. I feel like this one has kind of helped me with the cliffhangers. The double-footed steamroller. I feel like it's helped. I'm not good at it. Let's first turn the light on. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. All right, let's just try the cliffhanger, or should I just keep doing the double-footed steamroller? I gotta tighten the cranks for this one. Alright, cliffhanger session. And you guys know what I'm doing wrong, please. I think it's just because I'm scared. I think I know what I'm doing wrong. I'm just scared, but I've been after this trick for a long time. I have landed like 7 of them. It's just I don't know how to do it in a circle. I've actually. That's probably the big one. I probably shouldn't be doing it in a circle. Almost landed right there. Kind of. I mean, that was like, I did little hot potato ones. I'll just say I've landed 7 hot potato ones. I haven't landed like a good one. I guess I have landed like maybe one out of the 7 I've landed. Lost it. Oh my goodness, almost did it. I'm feeling pretty good with this trick today. I'm scared. This one's going to help me out, I think it is. This one right here. I'm going to master this trick, I think. See how long we can hold a sticky no-hander. It's like you see me do a foot jam no-hander, sticky no-hander. I don't think that's doable. That's kind of fun. Never mind that thing. It's all good. Are you kidding me? That was so close. That was such a good one. Oh. Peace. Oh, that's freaking holding that thing in a line. Pretty crazy this playlist isn't on copyright. Free non-album. Oh, we could try that one. I was trying that one. Actually. Let's see here. Someone shared a verse. Let me read it. Thank you, anybody that shared a verse in here. What verse did you share? Let's see here. Dude, Missionary Gamer, man. Dude. Anybody that's watching the stream, shout outs to Missionary Gamer. He made, I think you programmed the chapter verse thing, right? Bro. The amount of edification, exhortations, encouragements, building up, upliftment that you have been... Dude, I see so many Christian streamers now. They're using chapter verse. And man, it's just been like... I feel like it's really been building up the body of Christ. It sounds weird, right? But I really think it has been. Let's see. You put in... Missionary Gamer, you put in this verse. Gospel, or what is this? Gospel means good news. The bad news is we've all sinned and deserve the wrath to come. But Jesus the Messiah died for our sins, was buried, and then raised on the third day according to the Scriptures. He ascended into heaven and right now is seated at the Father's right hand. Jesus said, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. Amen, man. That is amazing. Yeah, it's awesome, Missionary Gamer. Is there a way... Hey, I've been actually having people come in and they don't know how to join the chapter verse. Is there some sort of command that... Or do you have to like... Should I just tell them? I've been telling them just to message you. I've been just telling them, oh, just check out this guy and send him a message or something like that. But is there a way that people can just join in with maybe a command or something like that? Oh, wow. Really? Okay, I'm gonna write that right now because I know what, man, there's been so many people like hopping like, oh, how do I do that? Stuff like that. I'm gonna write that down right now. Just exclamation point. Interesting. Okay, huh. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's so awesome. It's been helping so many believers out, man. Because, like, I think it also, what's really cool about what you programmed is that it gives other believers, or maybe even people that are just kind of just even curious about a verse. They're like, what does this verse even mean? Or I remember, or like, one thing I've noticed is like, you know, when you ask people, oh, do you remember your first verse? You know, like, they go, oh, and, you know, like, they put in their verse and stuff. It's just amazing to see that. Yeah, shout out to you, man. All right, now I'm just riding my bike right now. Generally, most people don't watch this part of the stream, but I did try and do the Bible study. Today's Bible study was on Proverbs 19:11. Let's see if I've memorized Proverbs 19:11. It says, I don't know if I remembered it. It says something about slow to anger. He who is wise is slow to anger, and it is his glory to overlook an offense. We went over this verse today. Oh yeah, man's discretion makes him slow to anger, and it is glory to overlook a transgression. Yeah, that's the one we kind of went into, and it was kind of making me think about. It makes me think about. I think it's James 1:20. where it says, "For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God." James 1:20, and it was also making me think about shaking the dust off our feet, right? Because, you know, like shaking the dust off our feet, it kind of reminds me of like overlooking offenses that people may have wronged us. But we should shake the dust off of our feet, right? Something like that. That's what it made me think of. But yeah, Bible study on that today. That was the Bible study. Should double check that. And it would condemn a town. Yeah, I should have went deeper into that about shaking. I was kind of reading a little bit of a commentary, but I didn't finish it today. Hello from Argentina. Welcome. Welcome to this awkward stream. Whoever does not receive you, nor heed your words as you go out of that house or that city, shake the dust out of your feet. Truly I say to you, it will be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city. Yeah, that's an interesting verse, right? Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Do you remember the first verse that you remember memorizing, Missionary Gamer? Okay, thank you for your faithful stream. May God bless you. The grace of the Lord be with you all. Amen. Revelations 22:21. Dude, thank you, Missionary Gamer. I'm gonna keep by the way, I've been just trying to get people over to you too, because like I know a bunch of people like hop over and they're like, who does the chapter verse? And I'm like, check out that dude. So I'll keep relaying them over to your channel, man. And I appreciate everything you've been doing for the body of Christ. Let's see how long I can hold it. Ooh, I almost landed it. Real Z's this time. Peace out, man. Yes, I mean, I guess it's kind of weird. Anybody that joined in from the... I don't know who is really watching this, by the way, but I'm just kind of like practicing flatline BMX. It's kind of weird because, like, there's really not that many BMX riders on Twitch. But what's cool about flatline BMX is that some of the tricks that I'm trying to learn, I mean, just that one right there, that stick beat no-hander, it's kind of weird because these believers would do that trick, and I'm like, well, that's weird. And that trick actually kind of got me into learning flatline BMX. And so, yeah, what's also cool about flatline BMX is you can do it in very minimal quarters. Like, you can do it in very little areas. And I think that's one of the big strengths about it. I found it really fun. Other than that, I also do like a drawing stream later towards the day, and then I try and do a Bible study in the beginning of these streams. Most of the people that watch this stream, it seems like they just listen to Bible studies. It's kind of weird, actually, but not many people watch this segment of the stream, it seems, which is weird, but I guess it makes sense. There's really not that many flatline riders, but it is cool.
You just put it all together. Give glory to God and whatever we're doing.
Where am I from? I'm from America. I live in the deserts of America.
Produced by Colorado, I see.
Were you guys from the raid? I kind of feel like I should try and... So the other reason why I'm not playing the video games at the moment, I need to get an Ethernet cable thing. But I actually used to stream WoW. I don't know, do any of you guys play WoW? I did used to stream WoW. What was I working on? I kind of forgot. Oh yeah, we were trying to work on this trip too.
Maybe I can just drop it down like that.
Sos muy bueno en el biciclete. Thank you, man. Does that mean good on the bicycle? I think it means something like that. There are a lot of Spanish and flatland riders. Actually, here, let me show you this one guy. Since you speak Spanish, there's this one guy. Let me type his name in right now. His name's Moya Flat. So Moya Flat, if you type his name in on Twitch, he's actually like this pro Flatlander guy. He's actually one of the few Flatlander guys that streams. But he speaks like all in Spanish, so you could probably actually understand him. I can't understand him, unfortunately, but I can understand a little bit of it, but not that much. I'm just messing around right now. Peace. I don't know what I was going for, but as long as we're having fun, right? I guess that's what matters. But yeah, if you see Moya Flat, he's on a completely different level than where I'm at. That dude's been around for a long time. Should do a grind. Steamroller grind. Crazy on a bike? I don't really think so. Cause I mean if you watch like the pro guys, they're like on a completely different level. I feel like I'm kinda like still like maybe, I don't know where I'm at actually. I just know Flatland is on this like crazy level. Like, I'm still on the mountain. I'm in the beginning stages of the mountain climb. There's dudes that are like, they're like on peaks and peaks way beyond me. But it's fun, it's cool. There's a lot of longevity in Flatland. A lot of longevity, that's what I like about it. almost landed it. So that trick right there, that's the trick that kind of got me into flatland. Because there would be like some of these believers, and they would do that trick out of many other tricks, but I know that was one trick that they would do. Thank you, dude. Someone told me that talent is just sustained interest, right? Just like, can you just do it? Like, how much time can you put into it, right? But, yeah. You guys have any verses to share? Things to talk about in the Bible? I think that'd be interesting. Thank you, Joe Fate. Thank you, man. You gotta land on the line. I don't know what line to land.
You want to land this one. I guess we could try the elbow glide line, huh?
It's weird. Some days I can land tricks, and some days I cannot land tricks. You guys have any? Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes I just don't know what to talk about on the bike. Just gotta give glory to God. One thing I think about the bike is like, you know how there's that verse that it says, I don't know what verse it is, but it says, the Lord has made, it's, the Lord has turned my mourning into dancing. David says it. I think it's a psalm. I think he mentions it twice actually. But sometimes I think about that. My favorite verses is Psalms 37:4. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He shall give you the desires of your heart. Interesting. Yeah, I've been actually that verse has been coming up a lot for me lately as well. Now it's interesting because like we're supposed to delight ourselves in the Lord, right? And it's interesting. What I find interesting about that verse in particular is that David mentions it in Psalms 1. Remember how David goes into talking about his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night? I think about that one. But I also think about just the word delighting, right? Like, what does it mean to delight ourselves in the Lord, right? Because like when I think about the word delight, I mean, I remember we did a Bible study on it, but it was like joy and finding happiness. You know, when I think about the word delight, I think that's a big one. I might have to do another Bible study on that, because I feel like that could be different, right? Because like when I think about delighting, I don't think about like being really bored, right? Like when we crack open our Bible, like should it be really boring to us, or should it be it should fulfill us, right? It should delight us. It should nourish us, instead of maybe draining us, right? That's what I think about it.
Ooh, I almost landed that.
Oh, sketchy. Now, if I could ask, I don't know who's watching this, but do you guys know how we can encourage others? I've been thinking about it too lately. Because it's this verse right here. Hebrews 3:13. But exhort one another every day, as long as it's called today, so that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. I'm really thinking about it lately. Weird, right? Like we can encourage people with our words. We can give them compliments. But sometimes it's like weird because I know there can be like backhanded compliments. There can be like not genuine compliments, right? So it is interesting to think about. I don't know, what do you guys think about that verse? The verse trips me out. I've been doing a Bible study on it. Just trying to give people compliments, trying to encourage them, just keep planting seeds of faith. I mean, one thing I try and type in, I'll type it in right here. I personally put this in a lot of Christian streamers. I just go, keep planting and watering seeds of faith. Like when I go into another Christian streamer's channel, right? Even if they don't have a lot of viewers or whatever, right? I put that, I type that in there, right? And you know, sometimes you can't watch a streamer for long periods of hours, but you can just like hop in. That's the other thing that like is really cool is like, I think that's one thing I feel like I want to bring up as well, is that, you know, sometimes it kind of feels like when you type a comment in, you kind of have to watch the streamer. Well, there's a bunch of people that come in this channel right here, and they just kind of just stop by, just write a comment, and then they just bounce, right? But it still kind of gives encouragement, right? Even just them acknowledging. Sometimes even people acknowledging your existence can kind of give you a little bit of encouragement, right? And so I've been thinking about that. And then I've also been thinking about what are some non-verbal communicative ways that we can encourage others, right? Or maybe not even encourage everybody, but how can we encourage other believers? Well, I'd like to even think about maybe a non-verbal communicative ways, even just showing the cross, right? Maybe knowing that that's how the Lord died, and, you know, even when Jesus was on the cross, what did he say? Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. And when I see that symbol, you know, hopefully it reminds us about the sacrifice that the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings did for us, right? And that symbol is just like, it also reminds me of the crossroads of thought that we all have, right? Like even now, everybody, even me, everybody, we all could do something different. We're all at a crossroads, right? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? Do you want to do that? It's like, I think about so much stuff on that. It's a trip, man. It's a trip. It's hard. What other tricks we've been trying to learn? I guess the front yard. Sounds fun. Oh, there's this one. There's this combo I haven't done in a while. Get a lawnmower too sticky. Oh man, I haven't been landing anything today. Oh well. Well, I haven't landed anything today. It's crazy. I guess that's just the nature of it. I want to land stuff, but I just can't land stuff right now. I don't know why. It's so weird. What should I do? Isn't there a Bone Thugs and Harmony song that says "Meet me at the crossroads"? I don't know how it went, but I remember my friend showed me like music video. Who's it? Beep, 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 beep. A lot of combos in here. I'm trying to think of some like stuff I haven't really done before. I guess the hang 5 combo is kind of like the cool one, I guess. I guess not cool, but I haven't done it in a while. Yes. Oh yeah, funky chicken tail whip. Almost. Now, I've only landed one of those. By the way, if any of you guys want to know, there's this other streamer that rides BMX. His name's Spencer Forsman. You should type his name in on YouTube, and he also rides BMX. He's really, really gnarly. He also streams on Twitch at Apocalypse. So if you guys want to, if any of you guys ride BMX, that dude streams a lot too. He plays Fortnite and watches BMX videos. He's a cool dude. And go check out his YouTube video because I think he has thousands of YouTube videos. It's crazy. You can learn a lot about BMX from his channel. You guys are interested. I have not been landing much stuff, have I? We could do a backwards ride. It's kind of fun. Oh, it's like bar half. We landed a line. That was the first line I landed all day. Oh, I'm tired. So this is how I get my clips, by the way. That was the only thing I've landed all day. So if anybody watched that, that was one of the rare clips we landed. I actually took 2 tries to get that backyard. Or no, it's not a backyard, it's a backwards ride. But if you guys have it out, it's actually very interesting about Twitch. Is I actually use Twitch as an unlimited external hard drive, and actually makes me filming flatland way faster and way easier. Cause see that clip I got? All I have to do is press this button, add stream marker, and now I know that's where that clip was, and we can continue onward. And not only can we continue onward, we can also plant seeds of faith at the same time. You know, so it's like, it's just really cool, right? We can also, you know, I could just think about James 1:20. For the anger of man does not produce the righteousness of God. And so we could do, it's like, what's weird about streaming, it's almost like we can, I don't like the paraphrase or like the idiom of knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. I wish there was something a little less violent. Do you guys know something that's less violent than that? Like, could we say we're planting multiple trees with 1 seed? I don't know. I don't like that phrase of like knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. But that's kind of what streaming kind of feels like. I guess we do like some. Let's do a Joel no-hander. Shout out to Joel. He's the one that showed me this one. That's why I learned it. I need a different song though. Alright. The Joel, I don't know what this trick's called. I just call it the Joel no-hander because he's the first person I saw doing it, but. Oh, I messed it up. It's actually like this. Oh, I've done it a little bit. Pretty funny though. I actually like doing a lot of track stand lines. I think my seat got messed up. Wait up. I need to raise my seat up just a tad. Seat post dropped down a little bit. Huh, that's weird. But the cool thing about flatland is that you can learn this stuff in very minimal quarters. There's some pro riders I see, and see this white square right here? This square is 5 by 7 feet, right? They session in a square this big. It's insane. That's her like local spot or something. Let's see, let me try this one. Leg got caught.
the one thing. If you have the flatland bars go down like that, right? Makes that trick way easier. My foot always gets caught right there. I haven't ran one of these actually in a long time. I don't think it's going down. That one I should have landed, but my foot got caught. But we'll move on. There is another trick kind of similar to that one. We could do this one. This one's kind of interesting. Peace. Whew. Wow, it's kind of cheesy, but we landed it. A little sketchy, but a little rough around the edges. Add stream marker. It's very fun now. Probably seems boring, but it's kind of crazy because I actually think I know a lot of people actually do think Flatland's boring and lame. Honestly, at this point, I kind of just feel like it's more fun than any video game I played. It's kind of like a real life RPG game for me. Real life RPG game. Like any song. Huh. I'm tired now. Let go. Let's see this. What am I trying here? Try this line. Let's actually just see we do a long no-handed sticky. See how long we do it for. You kind of have to put your foot on the edge of the tire to hold it. Love this one.
know how people do that one. There's this little kid that does like 5 of those things, like 6 or 7 or 5 of them. I don't remember. I think he does 5 of them. A little kid. I'm like, how in the world did that kid learn that? Brakeless too. I'm feeling these kids nowadays, man. Oopsies. Oh my god. That's fun. Glory be to God. Whew, that was a pretty cool line right there. Yippee! That's fun. Well, you not get something? Man, I'm laying all sorts of stuff today. It's weird. Feeling invigorated. That thing's hard. Ayata. You guys think about this song? This song's pretty cool, I think. I like this beat. What am I trying? I don't remember. Remember to stay hydrated. 6 o'clock. Let's drink a little bit more coffee. Cheers, everybody out there. Whether we eat or drink, let us do it for the glory of the Lord. What verse is that? I don't even know what verse that is, but I know it's some sort of verse like that. Dude, that was a good song right there. Oh, God. What should we do? Hey, we can practice crack packer.
I don't know if it's a half packer, crack packer, or one or the other.
I'm trying to learn this one.
It's always weird. That first one's always strange. I'm terrible at this trick, but we're trying to get it.
That's not it, but that's how you start it.
You go like that. Grab it like this. I'm gonna turn on the stuff too.
It's hard though. That one just feels alien. Feels very, very alien to me.
Let's keep trying it. You guys have any tips on this trick? Oh my God.
Bad at it.
That's all I know. What was that? Was that a 6 whip?
Might have been like a 6 or a 7 whip.
That was sketchy though. I didn't even try it. I like hacked it like 3 times.
This one though.
Oh, it's so sketchy.
Rolled ankle.
Hey, what am I doing real quick?
Remember to stay hydrated. Wait, I gotta go check something real quick. I'm sorry. Apologies. Oh, we can do shepherd slinging. Let's do shepherd slinging, I guess. Oh wait, I don't have my ammo. I guess you have my ammo over here. We'll do a couple shepherd sling hits, and then maybe we'll go draw a character. Oh my goodness, bro, I hit that first tee. That was crazy. Let me do it in a line. That was crazy, man. That was very rare, actually. Wow. What a trip. What do you got? That was a very, very rare line right there. Holy moly. Dude, we just did a first tee shepherd sling hit to a stick bee, no hander. That was radical, dude. That was radical, dude. Let's keep practicing a couple shepherd sling hits. BMX Gamer 1990. What up, dude? How goes it now? How'd you find this channel? Who are you, bro? No, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. We don't get a lot of BMX riders up around here, man. There ain't a lot of BMX riders up on the Twitch realms. I'm gonna practice some shepherd sling. You kind of caught me on the tailwind of the riding session. I kind of been riding. I kind of been spending all of my energy. I'm gonna do some shepherd sling now. Nope. Oh, you typed in BMX? There's this one dude that streams. You know Spencer Forsman? You probably know him, right? He's really big on YouTube. Spencer Forsman streams. Let me see if I can type his Twitch stream. Honestly, you probably like Spencer more than my stream because my stream is very weird. because I do like the Bible study a lot. You know. Oh, do you already follow him? Because he streams on Twitch. He might be streaming right now as I speak. Let's see here. Let me see if I can type his name in. Or do you already follow that guy? I wish he would have an easier name to type. I never know how to type his name in. Oh yeah, he is streaming. Check out this guy. Check out, or let me type it in. Check out at I'm typing his name in. Sorry, I got Poo. Man, you chose a hard name. Poo Cal Y P S E. So that's actually, no, that's actually Spencer Forsman. I didn't know it either. I wish he would use his real name, but he actually does stream. And so if you're into like playing Fortnite or something like that, he's live right now. So you should So yeah, check out that guy. Yeah. Yeah, you can talk to him. You could like bring up BMX stuff about him, like he'll answer your questions and stuff like that. It'd be alright, because like the thing is, I'm like riding flatland, and it's kind of like a niche category. Not many people really like riding flatland. What kind of style of BMX riding do you do? Do you do racing, dirt jump, park, flatland? I'm gonna say I've only met like 4 or 5 flatlanders up on here. I haven't really met too many BMX riders on here, on Twitch. Oh, that was close right there. We do ride up in here. Let me try and get a line for you if you're still in here. Oh yeah. So I'm just having fun doing the shepherd sling. Let's see, I get a little bit up in here. I don't even know if I got that clip up in here. Let me do another stream marker. I'm new to BMX. Okay. Cool, man. Well, if you want to learn anything about flatland, I could try and teach you. The thing about like flatland is like I'm running a really strange setup, you know, because I am running like the seat that's really high and stuff like this. But I will say this is the first flatland trick I kind of learned. It's like called the track stand. You put your hand right here and you put your foot right on the peg. And if you have front brakes, you can press on the front brakes. And I think this one helped me learn hang fives. Because when you learn this, it kind of like helps you kind of like, you know, kind of feel it out a little bit. Like you get really low, really high, you know. And you just do it in your room, stuff like that. Another thing that you could do, here I'll show you. You can also use this. I give you the schematics. I highly suggest you make one of these things. So this is, I learned this from Chris Bohm. Chris Bohm is like a pro, he's like a legitimate like pro flatlander that lives out in Germany. But he's the one that put me up on this thing. And so if you have like some spare wood, you can make one of these things. You just want some closer looks at it. We have 2 screws right there. I cut it right there, have this. At the bottom, what you kind of want to do is I cut a piece of grip and I put grip tape, or I put duct tape right there. And then the hard part is this thing right here. What I did is I got a file and I just filed it down. But the thing is that you can take it like this and you can practice like manuals. Yeah, so you wanted to like learn manuals and stuff. Put it up on here, like that. You also want to make sure it doesn't hit your tire. So see how my tire can still spin? So you want to make sure you make it that way. You can practice it like this. And you can practice your manuals.
Right? Not only can you practice that, I mean, you can practice like, you know, your bar spins and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh. I don't really do it this way too much, but you can practice it this way. But you can also practice like your front wheel stuff. So, put it down like this, go like this. You can practice your hang fives. Practice your hang fives. You can practice like Nintendo hander. And stuff like that. Or you're trying to learn how to do foot jam tail whips. That's a good one. Actually, that's a really good trick. Actually, you're coming to the right place. I do a lot of foot jam tail whips. Put this one away. But I do highly recommend you make one of these. Okay, so the first thing I'd say with the foot jam tail whips is I'd probably wear armor. I know some people think it's lame wearing armor. I am wearing you know, shin guards and ankle guards and a knee pad. That's the first thing I'll tell you. But honestly, how I learned it, I think I just learned it on a driveway. I learned it on my first foot jam whip was up on the front driveway. But, yeah, foot jam whips are fun. I'm so used to using my brakes now lately, but I think kickflips kind of help out with landing them. So if you learn how to kickflip, I've heard this from other people too. They think that the kickflip kind of feels like you're landing a tail whip. Right? So if you just get really good at those, just not being scared of them, right? Then you can just like start learning the foot jam whips. I haven't done them normally in a while. Let's see here. I normally land them and I go fakie. Let's see if I got a foot jam combo for you. But a lot of people learn them this way too. You can learn them this way, but I didn't learn that way. You can go on the side of your bike. Right? Yeah, you can go on the side of your bike like this. I know some people learn it this way, and then they go out and they kind of stick their foot in like this. You know? I didn't learn it that way though. I actually think that way's harder. Oh, you ice skateboard as well, gnarly. Let's see if I can do a foot jam whip combo for you. But yeah, I do a lot of flatland stuff, so there's a lot of combos you can do in it. Oh, I haven't done it all in a while. Whew, there we go. Yeah, I have an Instagram. I don't really post anymore though. I've been posting a long time. Here, if you type in my name, you can find me. This is my handle on Instagram. I haven't posted in like 3 years though. So I used to ride way differently because I tore my ACL and then I started riding flatland. But I used to ride much differently.
What other things? I don't know, I'm about tired. I'm tired right now. I always do what it caught me kind of when I was like, one at the beginning of the session. I need to get mentally prepared because I'm gonna do a drawing stream here. But you can ask Spencer too. Spencer has a lot of really good tips to learn tricks and stuff like that. I mean, you just look him up on, if you just see his YouTube channel, he has a whole bunch of how-tos. He has basically everything up in there. Strangely, he's like the only other BMX rider I know that really streams. It's kind of weird. I know Moya Flat streams, but he doesn't stream that much, and he's also lives in Spain, and he speaks a little bit of English, or I think he does speak a lot of English, but he normally doesn't stream in Spanish, so it's kind of hard. It's a little bit harder to watch his streams. But yeah, it's just like Moya Flat, and then Spencer, and then there was this other. His name's Dmitry Kishnolikov. He does actually outdoor bike riding stuff. He actually did used to ride Flatland. He streams, so I guess that's another bike rider. Doesn't really ride BMX anymore. Who else? There was this dude, Aaron Galagos. He used to stream, but then he tore his ACL. He got in a really bad accident. Man, it's brutal. Shouts to Aaron. Yeah, there's not many BMX riders that stream. It's weird. There has to be more. I don't know. I guess I think the thing is it's kind of hard to get into streaming unless you have like the service, because that's the other weird thing is because like I can't stream outside of my Wi-Fi, and I know some people have like this really expensive setup where they can like stream anywhere, or I don't know what kind of service they have. Unfortunately, I can't stream outside of the Wi-Fi, but it's kind of cool because it did kind of did get me deeper into like Flatland. So that's what I'm trying. I feel like there should be a lot of Flatlanders streaming right now. I feel like, because I know a lot of Flatlanders, like I see them, they have like a setup. Some Flatlanders, they even like have a setup in their room and stuff. It'd be crazy if just a bunch of Flatlanders just started streaming. Well, I mean, I guess Moya Flat does stream, and actually that's the funny thing. The first BMX streamer I saw was actually Chris Bohm, the German pro BMX flatlander that kind of taught me about that wood thing over there. He was actually the very first. He actually kind of inspired me to kind of start streaming. So shout outs to Chris Bohm. Oh, you're from Scotland. Interesting. Huh. I don't know who lives in Scotland. Does Harry Mayne live in Scotland? I don't think he does live in Scotland, does he? I think he's from England. Do you like Mark Webb? Mark Webb's really gnarly. Mark Webb's actually a very gnarly rider. Mark Webb has some combos that I have not even seen anybody else do. Let me give you a follow. Let me give you a follow on YouTube then. I do have a YouTube too, but I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna follow you right now so I don't forget. Let's see here. By the way, the thing is, you probably don't want to follow me on YouTube because I just spam stuff on my YouTube. My YouTube is basically just my external hard drive. So most people, it's kind of funny because I get follows on YouTube and then I see them unfollow me. Because I just get annoyed because I just post too much. Let's see here. BMX Gamer. BMX/gamer. Underscore 1990. Underscore 1990. I don't see you. Sorry. You might have spelt it in wrong. I did not find you, brother. Okay. But now, I'm going to get into a drawing stream. So, unfortunately, we're going to be ending the bike riding stream. Do you have any other questions? Do you have any other, tricks that you want to learn?
I think the big one is just wearing armor. I feel like that's a big one. I mean, especially like I met a lot of kids that like wanted to learn tail whips. You know, they want to learn all these tricks, and they're just not wearing like armor. And so, but when you wear the shin guards, man, it just makes it just like way easier. Like just because you don't have that fear. And also, when you do get a shinner, like, because I remember when I didn't used to wear armor, I would like do like I would try and practice tail whips. I'd get a shinner, and then like I wouldn't want to do a tail whip again. But I guess that's just me. But I'm just using soccer gear, by the way. Oh, let's see here. Let's see if I click. Let's see if I click that link up in here. I'm gonna click it right here. Boop. Okay, dokie. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Okay, I got you. Give me your phone. Ooh. Sweet, bro. I think I followed your Insta. Yeah, I have the white bike. I have my old frame over there that I used to ride. I probably should just build it back up. That frame's like still perfectly good. But yeah, it's kind of. I gotta show you. That's what's crazy is all those clips were from this old frame right here. So my old frame, which I actually missed just riding the white frame, on my Instagram has been on this thing. There's actually nothing wrong with this frame. Shoutouts to Robbie Morales. Robbie Morales gave me this frame. He handed it to me. I should just build it back up, honestly. I do actually miss the geometry on this frame. Yeah, this is gnarly. This thing is definitely beat up. I'm surprised, man, that I haven't cracked this thing. This is actually like one of the few frames that I never cracked. I never it just held up, man. I'm so surprised. It's like still going strong. Huh. Bedtime? Okay, for sure, man. Have a good one, dude. Keep shredding the gnar. Yeah, I don't know if you're still in here, but the frame I'm running now, I'm running the Colt Tech 19.9 now. Another frame. Shout out to Robbie Morales. Thank you for this frame, Robbie. They've been holding up good. I've been really digging it. Though I do wish it was white. I do miss the white frame just because sometimes when I film at night and when I film at just like dusk and stuff, sometimes I feel like my camera doesn't like autofocus. Sometimes it's like blurry, which I think when I was running that frame, even like right there, you can see how it just stands out. It like does something with the camera. I've been kind of noticing if you're streaming and stuff like that. But yeah, we're gonna go draw now, everybody. So if you're in here trying to watch the BMX riding, which is kind of weird, there's actually a lot of people that watch the BMX riding here. I'm wondering if there's other BMX riders up in here. Because generally, not many people watch the BMX riding segment, it seems like. But, there we go, draw a picture now. So, let's gather our belongings. Let's chug a little bit more coffee, not too much, but we're going to chug a little bit more coffee. And cheers, everybody out there. Thank you for tuning in. Why isn't this in my pocket? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the other thing is
is Colt is actually the only company that's actually ever hooked it up. So if you I don't know if you're still in here. Holy moly, Unico, you still watching the stream? Holy moly, you're crazy. By the way, you do not need to be watching the stream, Unico. Unicorn. Because, like, I feel like most people, they just, like, click. I've been noticing, actually, lately. I notice what people do.
So what I think what most of the people do now, because I see it, right, is that I make the thumbnail. You know how I do the thumbnail and I put the Bible verse? You know how, so I'm doing these Bible studies to where I'm trying not to have it like you have to watch the last Bible study. You can just join it at any time, right? That's how I'm trying to do it. What I've been noticing is if I make the thumbnail and I put the Bible study of this verse or this verse, that's generally what gets, I think, people to click on it because they're like, oh, well, I kind of want to think about that verse or something like that, or I don't want to learn about that verse, or I don't want to, stuff like that. And it's just hilarious because a lot of my views actually come from the VODs. So it's just strange, like.
They do. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I've been hypothesizing. Because I know generally when people talk to me, they're generally talking about like the Bible or something, and generally they never say anything about BMX riding. That's actually the crazy thing. This guy, BMX Gamer, he's like it's been months since anybody's even talked about BMX to me, actually. Besides Spencer. Spencer's like the only one that like kind of like said anything about BMX for like months on end. It's hilarious. So now we're gonna go draw a picture. I'm gonna draw a character now. Let me get all my belongings up in here. Okay, what are we doing here? Let's see here.
Oh yeah, anybody that wants to join the Bible chapter verse, if you guys want it on your channel, you can type this in on my stream. If you type in !, join channel, if you guys want the Bible verse program thing, you can type that in on this channel right here, and you will and it'll put it onto your Twitch channel. There's some crazy technology we got nowadays, everybody. Some crazy technologies. What am I doing here? I'm all... Okay, let's see. Now we're going to draw a picture, everybody. There's so much stuff I got to carry. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to put this this thing up in here real quick, this text. Lay the phone right here. Pick up the laptop. We're going to carry our water. We're going inside. Interesting, we got a new BMX rider. Shoutouts to BMX Gamer 1990. Let's go draw a picture for the glory of the Lord. Today is character day. We have 3 hours. Actually, we have a little less than 3 hours, so hopefully we can get this done. wash my hands real quick. And we will start. Okay, we can watch some BMX videos. Side. Why do I just watch like old videos? Let's see here. I'd like to think that we're just helping get more BMX riders interested in BMX riding. We just have a video up on here because I see that's what other YouTubers are doing. I mean, not YouTubers, other streamers are doing. If you see like the Twitch channel, they're like watching like YouTube videos on like their games that they're playing and stuff like that. So I don't know, but let's see here. Which one should we watch? What's this? Oh, that's that, huh? What about this one? This is a pretty good one right up in here. I wish we could play the song. The song's actually really cool. Oh yeah, we should put some music on. Put the music on. Oh yeah, we're gonna play artwork, so let me change it to art. Playing art. Done. Let's see here, everybody. What are we going to do? Man, Ian Schwartz, that guy, this is a name I haven't seen him for. I wonder if that dude still rides. What happened to that guy? Whoa, that dude did who was that? Dude did a whiplash down a stair set. This clean piece of paper. Oh, this paper. That piece of paper has a crease in it. I don't know about that one. Darn, I gotta make some more paper real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh, I got some paper in here. I guess I could just use this. No, there's all sorts of stuff on it, isn't there? Oh, let's just try not to waste paper, hey? Oh, we can use this one. Oh, there's stuff behind that one. Darn. Let's just try not to waste paper. Stick on here. Why is there a crease right there? I don't like that. I need to get another piece of paper. I'm sorry. That's gonna bug me. I have some paper somewhere, but it's not. I'm on the clock, everybody. We gotta rush this out. We gotta rush the biscuits out, everybody. We're making biscuits, everybody. Wait, here's some paper right here. Oh, that one's all messed up too. All those paper. Okay, we got some fresh paper up in here, travelers. And this paper's all messed up too. Alright, I'm not gonna get messed. I'm just gonna go for it. I don't care anymore. Okay, what are we doing here? Greetings, travelers. Welcome to BMX Bible Adventures, where we're gonna try to give glory to God in all that we do, hopefully, right? Try to draw a character up in here, so we're going to start off with our this pencil right here, our mechanical pencil, and we'll just see if we could just lay out a simple foundational proportional grid for this character. We are going to try and draw a female character today. I actually think I'm going to push this a little bit to the side because I think I might be drawing up in this where this that thing is right there. I might push that right over there. So let's push this over to this side so it doesn't get in the way. And how we're going to start with this character off is we're going to start with the proportional grid, like, you know, if you see most of these streams, we start off with the proportional grid, and generally from where we learned that was from George Bridgman. If you guys didn't know, there was this very gnarly artist in the, I would say 50s to, I guess even 90s. His name was Frank Frazetta. And Frank Frazetta learned, actually from an early age, from the artist of George Bridgman on how to construct a figure. Probably find the PDF for free. And because of that, I actually learned from that as well. So that was my inspiration for learning that. let's see here. What video should we watch? I'll watch this video. Ribbons Alley. Okay, let us begin. So we're going to start with our line of action, which establishes the spine of the figure. So we're going to quickly rough this in. Let me think about this. Okay, where do we want this character? We can push it over here, in the middle. So we're going to rough our line of action. Now, this does indicate somewhat of the spine of the figure. Like I was saying. Now why I'm doing it with this pencil, by the way, is because this one is very much easier to erase, whereas this pencil, if I start with this pencil, this one's harder to erase. And the one thing I do want to warn is if you get too deep with this pencil, you cannot go back with it. So this is why this proportion grid is very important. And so now we're going to see if this will line up within our proportional grid. So we'll do from the head width, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5, and I think that might fit on the page. I did leave a little bit of room at the top to maybe indicate a halo of sorts, which my personal hypotheses of the halo, I know a lot of people think of the halo as like the workings of the Holy Spirit, but me personally, it's interesting if you go into thinking about, okay, well, where are halos represented in the scriptures, right, or even just in the Bible and stuff like that. And for me personally, when I was reading Ezekiel 1 and I think Ezekiel 10, it mentions the four living creatures. And what's interesting about the living creatures is that it says something about they have like these wheels that fly in the sky, and they have all these eyes on the wheels. And my hypothesis is, how crazy would it be? Now, I don't know if those four living creatures are still roaming the skies and stuff like that, but how crazy would it be if the four living creatures and Ezekiel's vision of the wheels, what if they were giving some sort of four living creature spirit unto some of the believers? That's my hypothesis, though. I'm probably incorrect, but we have done some interesting Bible studies on this. Okay, so from now we're gonna go into using this pencil. By the way, we are using very simple supplies. You can shout us to Walmart. You guys could go to your local Walmart and gather all the same supplies up in here. We're using computer paper, mechanical pencils, and Crayola pencils. And so if you guys are out there, I mean, I guess depending on where you are, I know not everywhere has Walmarts. Let us begin. So since we have established our proportion grid of the head, we're gonna put in our head, put in our line of action quickly. We are establishing that this is a female character. Somewhat controversial, I know. I guess sometimes in the age, so I don't want to. I apologize if I am offending anybody with anything I'm bringing up. But just from what I was taught, just from figure drawing and stuff, a very big indicator of if you're going to draw like a female or a male is actually the shoulder width compared to the width of the pelvis. Just because, I guess, well, it seems somewhat common sense, right? It's like, women birth children, they have the birth canal, and if we just look into the anatomy of that, that's generally why women have larger hips, is because they have the birth canal. And then there are some weird hypotheses about like the shoulders, why males have more broader shoulders. Some people have hypothesized it's because we were out there hunting hunting in the fields and stuff. We had to throw spears and stuff. But I don't know. That's just what some people have said. But take it with a grain of salt, okay? Okay, so from here, we're going to establish our shoulder width. I'm going to make our, and by the way, these are called the 3 immovable masses. The 3 immovable masses are what Bridgman goes into talking about. Are very, very, very important for constructing a figure. So we have our head, we have our torso, and then if we look at the number 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, the 4 should be lining up with the pelvis of the figure. And we're going to think about the pelvis of the figure as big shapes of mass. Like if these were things of clay, right? Just simple shapes, right? These are just simple shapes of rectangles in and out of one another, right? Now, there are a variety of certain ranges that these 3 immovable masses can move, right? So, like, if we were to, like this, fundamentally, this can, within the spine of the figure, the spine can't go all the way like 180, right? Because there's the spine right there, right? So there are some ranges of movements, and if we figure out how these 3 immovable masses kind of can move and go in and out of one another, if you guys get into animation's like really big on this stuff. And also the thing about doing the proportional grid, if you guys get into animation and stuff like that, which I'm not into animation, but the thing is that with this proportional grid, you can throw this proportional grid into any perspective. So essentially, if you learn this proportion grid and you learn this 3 immovable masses, you essentially could draw whatever we're drawing in any single angle. And in some cases, we have become the camera now. It's very interesting. What are we watching here? Why did this come up? Why did this come up, man? Just putting on a random video. I think this is Rob Wise. I haven't watched this video in a very long time. Okay, so we're going to split this pelvis in half. And it's actually weird because I'm like, I don't know if I should be talking when I'm drawing, because now when I'm talking when I'm drawing, it's actually taking me more time to even describe things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 and a half. 5 and a half is at the end of the kneecaps. And also I want to bring up as well is that this proportional grid is not this varies person to person, right? And this is the proportion grid that I learned from. And now who Bridgman actually did study Michelangelo. So in some sense this is like the Michelangelo kind of like proportional grid sense. But say if you were drawing like anime, right? If we were to study like a Studio Ghibli character or something like that, right? The thing is generally they actually use a different proportional grid, right? And you can kind of tell what. Wow, that was really crazy right there. That guy just did a double peg up a rail, or 180 double peg up a rail. Sorry, I got distracted. That was really crazy. Wow, this is a crazy edit. Wow, this edit was very far behind, like beyond its time, man. I'm really surprised. Like, I haven't seen this in a very long time. Holy moly, that was crazy, dude. Holy moly, dude, Rob, what? Dude, this edit right here, I feel like this edit could come out today, and I'm like, holy, dude, that was insane. Oh my goodness. Alright, wait, I'm gonna get distracted. I gotta keep focused. That's the Long Beach spot right there. Huh. Anyway, let's get back to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. What was I talking about? I lost track here. Rob Wise writing. I was like, what in the heck did that guy do? Like, that was insane. Like, I just totally lost my place with my train of thought. Okay, let's just keep focused. You guys can watch that. That guy is crazy right there. I need to stay focused drawing. Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, end of the knee. What was I talking about? I totally just got lost. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. End of. Okay, so 7.5 would be what the foot placement would be. This is set. See this vertex? See this like kind of like line that we're kind of trying to somewhat draw this in a kind of built-in perspective. Just guessing the perspective. It's not like I'm gridding everything out. Now you can grid all the perspective out, but we're gonna follow this line since we did this line with the knee. We're gonna try and follow it with kind of maybe placing that within the next where the foot placement would be. Okay, so from this we're gonna place. Now the thing about the shin bones, what Bridgman starts talking about. What is this thing? Something just popped up on me. McAfee. Close the window. We don't need that right now. What Bridgman was talking about the shin bones is like the shin bones are like curved, right? So it's kind of like a simple thing to remember. Also, Bridgman starts talking about something that's when you're constructing a figure like in marble, like say we were to do a marble sculpture or something like that, right? Generally, how they grid it out, and also that's the other thing. If you guys were to get into marble sculpture, they actually draw it out. So if you guys didn't know, if they take the block of marble, they grid it out like this. They draw it out on 4 sides, and then they start chipping away at it, right? Very interesting. I don't know if I should watch this because I might get in trouble. I've been trying to keep it with like older videos. Nah, it's all good. They've worked fine. Sometimes I get tripped out about watching the new videos. I'm like, I don't know if I would get in trouble or would they be cool with it? I think they'd be cool. It's just more exposure for them, right? But I apologize. Maybe I shouldn't be watching the BMX videos. What do you guys think? The only reason I'm putting this up is because I see other streamers doing that. I don't know, is that cool or not? Trying to Dakota Roach. This guy's gnarly. Okay, I gotta stay focused. We're getting Dave distracted. Okay, so I remember something in Bridgman. Bridgman starts talking about like you want to construct the figure like a building. So we build the legs up, and the reason why he started talking about it is because there's something about weight, right? Like if you were to place weight on top of this figure, could this figure be weighted, balanced with what they're carrying, right? Or even just balanced within just even just the weight of their body, right? Something like that. I'm just rambling now. I don't even know if anybody even watches these things in terms of the drawing streams. Okay, so we've indicated some of these landmarks upon constructing this figure. Another big one that's actually very intriguing is actually the end of the pec, or I guess in modern terms, boobs or something like that. Right? But for the males and females, there is a muscle called the pectoralis muscle, and generally we would find that landmark of 1 and 2, and then that's where we would find that landmark setting up in there. That's what we're gonna do up in here. Another thing I'm trying to think about is what kind of character. We're also going to try and draw this character out as... I'm going to try and draw a bike right here, because generally I draw the bikes on the side of the figure. So today's construction of this character might be a little bit more challenging. But what's really cool about drawing these characters is it almost kind of like... I always kind of feel like... Because like it's crazy, because like if you're like a pro and stuff... I mean, actually, I don't really know too much, but I can only assume they get to pick out their geometry. And what's really cool, this is actually what got me back into drawing, right? Because I was like, oh, well, I want to draw like my own geometry of my bikes. So I just started drawing bikes, right? Because I could probably never get sponsored, because if you look at these guys are crazy, man. I'm probably never going to get to that level. But the thing is that we can draw. So when I draw the bikes, I'm like, oh, okay, that's cool. I can kind of almost be like, I get to pick my own geometry like the pros are doing it. Let's see here. I don't know if I should be watching the video. Let's see here. I guess it'll be cool. Alright, I think. But I feel like I might. Well, okay. Let's see here. So what are we doing here? Man, I don't know how you guys talk and draw at the same time. I feel like I get a little sidetracked. What was I talking about? Okay, yeah. So we're getting into the landmark of the pectoralis. Let's actually just find if the bike's even going to fit in this character correctly. First off, we're going to place a, I think, what is that called? A vertices angle? I don't know what axis that is. What is that? That's, I don't know what it's called. Some sort of axis thing. Meet me at the crossroads, right? Cross right there. Meet me at the crossroads. Okay, let's place this next. We're going to try and figure out the width of the wheel. So let's see here. And then generally how I've been trying to draw the bikes is I go one circle, two circle, a little less than two. It's actually, if you see the geometry of the bicycle or a BMX bike in general, it's actually not exactly, we actually did draw a schematic out on how to draw BMX bikes. And what we figured out is that it's actually not exactly three, because if you notice, if we start getting more into drawing, a lot of artists actually, tend to think about things as the simplest shapes, right? It seems simple. It seems, obvious, like, oh, there's a circle, and this is a rectangle, and this is a rectangle, and then this is a circle or something like that, right? But if we can figure out these simple proportional things, it makes it just easier to draw, right? Now, the thing is that this is how I was taught, right? If you guys see some of these artists don't even do this, by the way. Some artists have drawn so much that they do all this in their mind. They don't even need to do all this stuff. They could just go, and they just don't even need to do all this stuff. I personally just do this stuff because it keeps me on track, and it kind of keeps me like, okay, we have a schematic. We understand that this muscle group's right here. This muscle's going in and out of that one, and I understand that that's why it's working that way, right? Or like, say, take for example, we're gonna like cut this in half, cut this wheel in half, and we're going to cut that in half, and we can find that little cross right there, and make a little circle right there, and then it's almost another circle right there, and that will be the end of the bike. And hopefully that will fit in there. Something like that, right? Let's see here. What are we going to draw up in here? Let's see here. Intriguing. Interesting. Welcome, travelers, to this is actually going to be an interesting character. Let me think about this. The other thing that's very hard, I actually think one of the most challenging parts about drawing the figure is actually the arms. Now, why the arms are so challenging is because there's so many angles. I mean, what do you want? You gonna do the T sign, just like, what is he gonna be holding something? I really don't know, right? So now this is where it becomes challenging, travelers. What sort of character are we trying to design here? So 1, 2, end of the pec. The collarbone. We have the end of the rib cage. We have the pelvis. What muscle is that called? Oblique. Is that what it's called? I think this might be oblique into the gluteus maximus.
I know there's a muscle right there within the thigh. What muscle's that? I forgot what it's called. But it's a muscle. I know it's some sort of muscle right up in there. So we're going to do the deltoid. We're going to arc it. Find the next deltoid over there. Go into the bicep, tricep, slight tricep, because that chick's been working out her triceps, right? Forearm muscle. Now, I will say I don't know the proportion grid of where the end of the forearm and the, I guess just the arms in general, so sometimes I just guess it out. Just do a little sword, and then we'll do the Bible right there. Something like that. That look okay? I look okay, that look weird, man. Huh. How are we going to do the shield of faith? I'm trying to think about how we're going to... I guess we could just do the shield on the other hand. Let's go with this. We're going to arc it. See how this is the end of the elbow? Arc it right here. Find that arc right there. I know what type of shield should we have. Should we have a kite shield or should we have a round shield? I think the kite shield was actually meant for mounted characters, but I can't remember. Let's 3D it out like graffiti. And now this is actually the cool thing about learning graffiti, is that it does kind of make your marks kind of like, does kind of make you have to think about your marks before you make them. A little bit, I guess. Not really completely, but... Okay, so we're going to have to try and make a breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace. How are we going to do this? How are we gonna do this? I think we need some new music, huh? Okay, let's see here. I do want to put a little leaf bag. I love the leaf bags are just so fun to draw, in my honest opinion.
do kind of want to, let's do, We have been doing that same little armor piece right there. Huh. What do you think of this? Let's see here. Should we put like knee pads on it? Or should we just use shin pads? Okay, so we're going to have the helmet of salvation, which I guess that will be the halo. Breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace. I'm going to put a peace sign right there. Shield of faith, sword of the spirit, which is the word of God. And I'm trying not to promote violence, so we're going to put the peace sign right there. There's going to be, the word of God is going to be right here, so people don't get tripped out. Do a Bible verse right here. Now let's watch the Olympic stuff. Putting on the Olympic stuff. I like the Olympic stuff because it's readily available to the masses. The masses always understand. Oh, the Olympics. I understand that. And there's like gnarly Olympic women racing BMX. Which I'm wondering. There's World Cup. 11 years ago. Wow, this was a very long one, a long time ago. Women's BMX. These chicks are gnarly, dude. Because it's really little right now, that little screen, but these jumps are ginormous, bro. I would never even hit them. I mean, maybe if I would have kept with racing when I was a little kid, but you show me those jumps now, I'm like, oh, I'm turning away. Those things are scary. Like, they do it so fast that sometimes they don't look as big as they are. But if you look at Olympic jumps, they're ginormous, dude. Like, it's crazy. Craziness. Okay, let's see here. Oh, yeah, do this. I need to figure out this bike real quick. Oops, darn, I messed that up. There's the head tube right there. Then the stem's right there, and then I'm trying to draw I want to draw like a racing bike. So stems would be the head tube. Split that in half. That is the bottom bracket.
I think I got that wrong. Darn it. Interesting. Let's see, what am I doing here? I want to put like a little wing right there, but I don't know. Should we just keep it simple or should we just go for it? I kind of want to like maybe even put like some studded armor. Just like, should I do some studs? If she's like part goth or something. Just subtly do, maybe, I don't know. There's so many armor designs you could just do. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming. I messed that up tonight. Did mess that up. It shouldn't go up that far. These parentheses go over here. It's actually kind of weird. This actually just reminds me of like the whole graffiti thing. Doesn't really look like bookmarkers, huh? I probably shouldn't do. That's what those little things. I guess that makes it look weird, huh? Another one of those things are supposed to be okay. Hopefully. I'm doing a great job, but I guess we can attempt to. Welcome to the biscuit factory. I kind of want to put a pupil in it. Oh my goodness, that's so gnarly. The pupils are so hard. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. A little bit of the pelvis, right? Yeah, we would. How is this gonna be? I don't know. Let me think about this. So let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 is at the end of the pelvis. It's in a 3-quarter pose. Now see, this is interesting because I always like put a tabard right here, but now I'm thinking that, well, she's on the bike, so there's no way you'd have that because it would just get caught up right in there. And so now these are some weird things. So I actually do, if you guys haven't noticed, I put tabards on a lot of my characters because it's just really easy. You know, you don't have to draw any of this stuff. You just go whoosh, 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 and you just don't have to draw all that stuff. But now I have to actually think about this because now, Okay, so now we have to think about, so see how I have this little ridge thing right here? I kind of don't like that, this right here. See how we have these circles? I kind of don't like how this angle is like right there. We might not do that. We're actually gonna, and this is the whole graffiti mindset of just like, you know, see how we have like, see this shape right here? And then this one? And then this one's kind of like curvy. I kind of don't want to do a pointy curve now. Now I want to kind of just do like a
Now where do we put the peace sign? Because this, we should be for peace. Boots of the Gospel of Peace. How are we gonna do this? Let's see. I'm confused, everybody. What am I doing right here? Let's just do this. Turn off this then. No video then. Oh, it disconnected again. That's weird. Huh. Sorry, everybody. Hopefully, I think I kind of throttled the internet a little bit, so I'm going to have to try and just kind of push it, tone it back down a little bit. Okay, let's slowly put the music back on. Is that going to throttle the internet, or is that going to drop me? Oh, you know what? This is probably on high definition. No, it's on low definition. Maybe we won't watch the video. I'm gonna just keep going because I need to get this done. Maybe I'll put the peace sign like right there. That work? I don't know. Trying to add the peace sign. Maybe I shouldn't add the peace sign, but then it's also like, how do I distinguish that from like the you know, how do I like symbolize that we're supposed to be for peace, you know, like something like that. Let's see if we can put oh, I just no, man. Go back to YouTube. Go back to YouTube. Hopefully it doesn't disconnect me. What's some flat on BMX? Or let's actually watch BMX or Bike 101. BMX 101. BMX 101 tricks. I always like watching this. Good old 80s, man. Or is this going to throttle my internet? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's this. Maybe I have to lower the quality. It is on low quality. That is all not working. Come on. This character's kind of weird, huh? Yeah, well, we tried. We tried, I guess that's what matters. The bar is going to be right there. I guess, should have worked on these hands more. Kind of messed that up, didn't I? It's kind of, yeah, that anatomy doesn't work right there. Okay, so I'm actually messing something up right here. We have the deltoid, bicep. Maybe I messed up something right there, man, darn. It's because it's in that foreground. It's in that foreground. That's why I'm messing it up, because I don't know that perspective very good. We don't know this perspective very good. Oh, that's the dude. That's so crazy. That's Dave Norrie. Bro, that dude's still riding. What in the world? Holy moly, that's crazy. That dude in this video,
I don't know how to respond to that.
What the heck? My elbow hit my phone. That's insane. I didn't know Dave Norrie was in this video. I'm actually wondering how many people have quit riding. Because, man, Dave Norrie still rides. That's insane. Holy moly. That dude's a freaking warrior, man. Riding after all these years, dude. You crazy, man. Hopefully I'm still riding while I'm like, how old is that dude? That dude has to be like, I don't know how old Dave is. Because I know this video is what, 1988? So if he's still riding now, oh my, I don't know what age he would be, but. Okay, so let's see here. Now there's actually different shield handles. There's the one that you hold right here, or there's the one right here. I think it would
have the wrist one because then you could still hold the grip, right? Because there is that handle where it's like that. It's kind of like a bike grip thing, but it's like right there. I think we're gonna do this one. It's like the wrist strap. Oops, I messed that up. That looks janky, but that doesn't look right, but oh well. Something like that. I don't know. Okay, so this is going to be the hard part. Huh. Doo-doo-doo. Eternal error occurred. How much time do we have? We have about like an hour left, so I think we're making good time. Okay, what am I doing here? It's actually very, see, that is actually very hard look because I made this a plate, but then what is that right there? Some sort of weird. The boomerang. That trick is hard, man. What was that? That was weird. There's some of these tricks I still can't even do. What in the world was that? What is that? A biscuit? What in the world is that thing? I've never heard anybody say that. A biscuit? What in the world? Dude, some of these names of these tricks, I'm like, what were these people on? Like, I would never have called that trick a biscuit. I don't know what these guys are on, but we're actually gonna have these custom sect forks, race edition. That's how you make it a sect fork, everybody, right there. See that little thing right there? It's a good design. It's very sleek. I wonder if anybody would catch that. They're like, wait a minute, that fork looks kind of familiar. What offset is this? She actually looks like she's running. Oh man, that's actually not. That'd probably be. It's not 0 because 0 would be right there. That would be like 5, 7-ish. I don't know. I mean, it definitely is not 25 because 25 would be like right there. Now, what's weird about the new race bikes is it seems like they have like some sort of mountain bike head tube thing. They're running some sort of weird, I don't know what they're running up. I'm going to be honest, I haven't been racing since I was a little kid, but they did not have that when I was a little kid. They had like, they're running like this mountain bike oversized head tube. Not all of them, but some of them are running that. Okay, so this area is going to be very challenging. Look at all this. I'm going to have to... The wheels are probably the hardest thing to draw on bikes. If you guys get into drawing ellipses, oh my goodness. Bro, there was actually a time when we were doing some studies on how to draw ellipses in perspective. If you guys want to have a headache
It seems like the simplest thing. Oh, just draw an ellipse in perspective. It's one of the most headache-ful things to draw because you have to like push it into perspective. You have to do this square thing, and then you have to half the square. But also what makes it really, really hard is how do you make a perfect square in perspective? There is a formula to draw a perfect square in perspective, and that is what makes drawing perfect oval, or what is it called? Spheres, not spheres, but oval things. Ellipses in perspective. Very challenging. And I think that is why when I draw the wheels, I just kind of just draw like I don't draw the rim and stuff because it's just so hard to get it even. Oh darn, I just messed it up right there. And see, that's what happens. I think I breathed and I went. Eepa. And I just messed it up again. And I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just guessing right now. Fudge. That looks... Man, the ovals are hard. I don't know. We're just gonna wing it. I like messed it up right there, but it's okay. We're just gonna take it. I don't wanna. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so from here, we at least know some new geometries. So we're gonna do the oval right here for the chain sprocket thing. I messed up that right there, darn it. Let's do. Okay, so here, this is actually a big one. Dang, that trick is crazy. That is a very rare trick to see. Someone doing a double can to fakie. I haven't even seen anybody do that. And I'm going to be honest, this is the only video I've ever seen anybody do that. Double can to fakie, just like 5-foot air out on like a 12-foot vert ramp. That is insanity. Some of these guys are crazy, man. Like, it's kind of funny because some of these tricks look so cheesy, right? But like, when you actually like think about what they did, you're like, holy moly, that dude was freaking just sending it, man. It's kind of funny. Okay, what are we doing? Okay, so we're taking this head tube angle. Now I actually made this head tube a little too small, I think. Put a little headset right there. Oh, I messed that up. Huh. It's too close to this tire, isn't it? Huh. I think it is too close to the tire, isn't it? How am I gonna do this? Let's see. I messed that up. Oh, it's because it's pushed in that perspective. That's why it makes it so weird. Okay, so I was like, why is it like that? It should be. Yeah, because if it's like, oh, that's what I messed up. Look at that. I messed. Because if it's like this, if it's on that axis, then that needs to be on that. I messed that up. Look at that. It's supposed to be right here. Like that, like this, like that. Actually, I'm confused now. Man, this is why I don't like doing mechanical design, because it's like, I'm like, what in the world am I... Because now this top tube looks funky to me. Oh, we're just gonna oh well, let's just send it. Huh. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's right. don't think that is. Huh. I messed something up. Darn, oh well, screw it. I don't got time to fix it. Something like that, I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, what's all those lines look so sketchy. I'll redo it. You can tell when I start hesitating because I'm like, and I start like, okay, let's redo it again. I knew this part was going to be hard. Okay, so we have this. This is the bottom bracket. This would be the seat tube. Connects into the bottom bracket. See, I messed up that right there. It's all weird. Now it's actually interesting. Now I say this every time I draw a bike, but what's actually really weird is actually on one of Scotty Kramer's videos, which I actually figured this. I found that out from one of Scotty's videos. I think because he was talking about Mike Laird. I think it was a Mike Laird video because he got a custom tie frame from Mike Laird. But it's interesting because what Mike Laird was saying is he actually builds his bike off of this right here. You know, it's actually weird if you were to weld a frame. I never actually knew that that's how they started it. You start out right here, and then you get this angle, and then you have that one. And then what's weird is they have like this weird contraption device where it's like this, see, like that. Then you put the tube on it like that, and then it's like pivoted right here. And you can pivot to like, okay, what do you want? Do you want this angle? And then it's the same with that one. So say you wanted like a 74 degree head tube or like a 76 degree head tube. It goes, and you can like, and then you clamp it down and then you weld it like that. Pretty cool. I know the Colt bikes actually put a gusset right there. Actually, I think they put a gusset on the bottom one too. Now it's actually interesting because if you see the gusset that they actually use like a circle gusset, and it's actually weird because how would you draw that? Because it actually looks something like that or something. It's weird. I wonder why they use that one. Maybe it's some sort of strengthening thing. Because I wonder if you change that shape, I wonder if it changes some sort of like, maybe how that bends or something. I don't know why they use that shape. It just looks cool. Oh man, this is gonna be a very challenging part. That's why I try. Okay, let's see here. Goes down. Okay, let's work on. Racers don't run that head. Racers don't run. Oh, darn it, I messed it up. Racers don't run little head. I guess I don't have to make it perfect, but it's like I do know racers don't run. I think racers run actually what 50. I think they run like 52 or something. This looks like it would be. What stem would that? That would be like what, a 35? No, that looks smaller than a 35. That would probably that looks like a 35 millimeter stem right there. Who knows? Maybe she's a pegless flatlander. Maybe that's the lore of this chick. She's just a gnarly pegless flatlander. Shout outs to the pegless flatlanders out there. You guys are insane. Oops, I messed that up. I mean, I might as well just put flatline bars on here. Nah. The grip ride. Okay. What side would the brake be on? Oh yeah, this is the back brake right here. That's kind of strange, huh? Should we put a brake? Yeah. I've always liked drawn brakes, so we're just gonna go for it. Let's just send it. Actually, let me do this one real quick, just so I don't. I think I messed that up. Fudge. Darn it. Oh, well, screw it. Let's just go for it. Now, I do know what some artists would do. It's actually very challenging to do. But on the foreground, what they would do, they would actually press a little bit harder and make some of those lines a little bit thicker and kind of like bring it up a little bit. I'm not very good at that, but there are some really, really gnarly inkers. And if you look really, really close, because sometimes like they do these really subtle things, right? And you're like, how did they make that look like it kind of kind of went in the foreground, right? And sometimes that is one way you could do it. You can press down a little bit harder and use a little bit more bolder line to kind of indicate that it's kind of like raised up or something like that. Something like that, I don't know. You look at it, they do that sometimes depending on the artist. There's always different ways to go about figuring out problems though. Bars are strange. What's actually very hard about bars is how to make them like even, because you know it's like, especially because this is like this, how do you make that even? I just guess honestly, but there is, if you study perspective, there is a mathematical way you can figure that out, but we're just guessing. We don't got the time to do that. But if you're a mechanical designer, you probably know how to do it. You're like, you're doing it wrong. Shout out to mechanical designers out there. You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. Oh, those bars look weird. Those are some weird bars, man. Those are some funky bars right there. Now, the brake cable length is a pretty interesting one to do. I'm kind of nervous. We're nervous. Yeah. Oopa. Oh, I made a tangent right there. Oh, well, we're not going back. That's a tangent right there. See how there's that line and it's intersecting with that one? Some artists are really, they don't like that. Put a zip tie right there. I don't know what this thing is called. What is that thing called? That's where the cable goes in, and then we have the straddle cable. It actually goes out, and then the straddle cable goes around the seat tube, and I actually just messed that up. Darn it. I literally just said it ran around the seat tube, and I just messed it up right there. Oh, man. Oh, man, I knew this part was going to be very hard. Look at how challenging. This is why I don't draw bikes right here, by the way, because, oh my goodness, now I have to draw the leg behind it, and I have to match that armor behind this one. That is a very challenging area. Put a new BMX video on. Very challenging area right there. Let's put a cross on the stem. I guess it's maybe the custom salvation or redemption stem. A little Easter egg right there. Like, wait a minute, is that a little cross in there? What in the world? You can go back to the breadcrumbs. Hopefully you can figure it out. Okay, let's draw some of these cranks. Now, it's actually weird about the racing bike cranks. If you look at them, they're like really thick, and I understand why. Maybe because they're putting so much torque on it that they do it like that, but wow, that's so weird. It actually has one of those. Oh, you know what? There was a frame like that. There was actually a Chase Going frame, I'm pretty sure, and they dropped this bottom bracket down, and instead of, I don't know, it's weird. I wonder how they welded that. I remember that there was a frame like that. Okay, let's see. Bring this out. Should be. That's actually another challenge, I think, making this even. And then now it's weird because now I have to draw it right the next pedal. That or something. Man, bikes are weird to draw. Because now it's hitting her leg. Oh, I guess it would kind of be hitting her leg. Maybe it, oh darn, huh? Interesting. Something like that, I don't know. I'm just rambling. How much time we got left? Oh my goodness, I gotta speed this up. I knew this one was gonna be challenging. I haven't drawn a bike in the middle of the character in a while. Okay, let's see here. Let's draw the seat. Race seat. Let's try and draw this. Or actually, I'm gonna have to draw this. Actually, yeah, I'm actually gonna have to draw that. Okay, now we do the graffiti thing. See this thing right here. Now how do we replicate it behind here? Now this is going to get kind of confused. I guess not that hard, but it's definitely like, okay, so we just follow this line, or something like that. Like this. What about this thing? Okay, so we see this little nub thing. We're going to do a nub right over here. Go down, it goes swoop over down, up in there. And I messed that up kind of, but we're going to just go with it. We're going to put a little bit of straps right here. Now you actually can't see the straps right there. Maybe you would be able to see it just a little bit.
1, 2. Let's roll our proportion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. End of the kneecap. Okay. So that means, and then something like that. This little flange. Let's do. Oh, I actually messed that up. Put a couple strings right there. Alright, that wasn't that bad. Okay, now about the shield. This is a kite shield. So let's just kind of see what it would look like. Oh, that would actually... Oh, I actually got that wrong. Actually has to kind of curve a little bit more. Oops. Wow, that part was really weird. Nothing like that, I don't even know what I'm doing. Man, this part is really weird. How would I draw that? How do you draw freaking... Man, what does that look like? I don't even remember, like... Oh, screw it, let's just go for it. Oh yeah, there's like a gusset. No, it's not a gusset, what's it called? They like weld it right there. Let's just wing it. We're winging it. Looks something like that. Now I'm going to try and do this a little bit lighter because this should be more in the foreground. That looks sketchy, but something like that, I don't know. I know some people are going to be like, why is this chick so scantily clad? I guess we're going to just indicate that she's wearing some gnarly chainmail. So we're just going to put a little bit of chainmail up in there. I think that's how you could wait, just... I wonder how the chainmail would go up in there, though. What are we doing here? That's so easy. Darn, I'm running out of time. Oh, fudge. Huh. Oops. Oh, man. I didn't know what I'm doing
New song. Maybe I should do like bigger chainmail things. Actually, I think I should do this cross a little bit longer too. Can't really like tell. There we go. Put a couple. This one's sketchy. I'm gonna put spirit in there so people won't get all tripped out. Like, are you promoting violence? That's what I don't get. It's like people play these video games and then when I draw a character like this, they think I'm promoting violence. I'm like, what in the world, bro? Like, so I'm gonna put spirit up in here. I guess that's why it's harder for other companies to like just put a cross into something, because then they'd be like, well, why are you killing people then? Maybe that's why they don't do it. I don't know. Spear. How do you spell spirit? I don't even know how to spell that. How do you spell spirit? What in the world? Spirit. S-P-I-R. Oops. Oopsies. Sorry. There we go. Just very vaguely. It's supposed to be the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. We're supposed to be for peace, everybody. We're supposed to be peacemakers, everybody. We should be loving our enemies, not killing them. I know, it sounds crazy, right? But like a wood shield. I think there's a little bit of a ridge I missed right here. Right, because of the... Yeah, there would be a little bit of a ridge right there. Oh, that looks gnarly. Man, see that? Just that little indication of that perspective? Just so subtle. But now I actually messed it up right there. That's going to be very challenging to... Man, that little indication, bro. That one is very weird because you can like really indicate how that box was in that perspective right there. Something like that. Maybe we're gonna do... Oops. Let's see here. What BMX video should we watch? Why is this not in the frame? Oh, let's watch Tinmol. Tinmol's gnarly. This guy's crazy. This guy's actually inspired me with some of my tricks.
Look at this right here. That is one of the guys that inspired. He does a 180 out of it. Gee, holy, well, this guy's crazy. It's crazy because I have tried to learn some of his combos. And I'm like, holy moly, dude, this dude, some of these combos took him years to learn. This one's pretty crazy because he does a fire whip out of this. Let's see, I want to count. How many fire whips? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What was a sixer? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jeez, this dude did a 11 fire whip. You know how long that takes? Oh my goodness, this guy's crazy. Like, that's the funny thing is I feel like people don't realize how, dude, to do that, man, I've only gone to 7. And it's taken me 3 years to get to 7, so it's like, holy moly, what is this dude on? This dude must be mysterious. Mysterious. Okay, what do I do in here? Let's just do verse and then we'll call it a day. Oh, should we put an animal in here? You're watching now. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, it's just from Larson Trevor Meyer. Hello, what's him, Trevor Meyer? This guy's actually a really gnarly believer. Shout out to Trevor Meyer, and this dude's still riding. He won like 4 or 5 X Games, so I think he has like a little bike ministry thing going too. So shout out to Trevor Meyer, gnarly individual. You a gnarly dude, man. What up, Funky Mold? You doing good, man? Hope you guys are doing good. Oh, my hand hurts. Actually, I don't know if I want to put a little animal right here, or should I put a little animal? You doing okay? Good, man. Glad to hear you're doing okay, man. I hope you guys are trying your best and trying to have fun. Should I put that thing in there? I feel like that's gonna make it really cheesy, but screw it. We need more chicks riding BMX, so I'm just gonna put a little animal. Chicks like little furry animals, so. Oh, it's Dave Smith. That dude's a believer too. That dude's giving glory to God. He's actually one of the few. This dude right here. He's one of the few that actually would, in his edit, in a couple of his edits, he actually gives thanks to God and stuff. Shout out to Dave Smith. Little monkey. Looks weird, actually. Supposed to be a little squirrel, but it's actually really weird about squirrels. They actually dry mushrooms out. You guys know that? They have been known to dry mushrooms up in the trees. I found fascinating. Welcome, travelers, to Bible BMX Adventures. Where you can play this game as well with just a couple of colored pencils and some computer paper and a Bible. And you can play this game as well. Yeah, I think this foot's a little on. It's kind of like, well, I guess it is kind of in the foreground, but I do feel like it's. Oh my god, I'm running out of time. I gotta freaking work on it. Wait, did I get that report? Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. I think that's why. It's because it's supposed to be a little bit more up or something. There we go, it's a little bit more tame. Shots of these guys. The only bike company that's ever hooked it up. You guys can follow the breadcrumbs. What is that, huh? What in the world? What do you got up in here? The only company that's looked me up anyway. Now, I have had many friends that ride for companies that have given me parts, but in terms of an actual company, out of all of them, this is the only one that has, for me anyway. So, I'm going to give him a little shout out. That's hilarious. And then I asked God, I'm like, out of all the companies, God, this one, huh? Oh, not a trip. All right, I'm cool with it, but Look at that guy. Dude, Trevor Meyer did a bike flip in 1990 something, bro. That trick is so hard, man. Like, he makes it look easy, but it's like really, really, really hard. Is this it right here? I think this might be. Look at it. Look at it. Dude, look at that. It looks really easy how he did it, but if you go out and try that, oh my goodness, that thing is so hard. And it's crazy because he did that like way long ago. How's it Trevor Meyer? That dude's a gnarly believer too. And it's crazy because he's actually still riding. This guy right here. This guy's still riding. To this day, he's riding. And he's won 4 X Games. That's crazy. That's Trevor Meyer. I think he has an interview too. He does have this weird interview, like some Christian interview. It's kind of interesting. I think he says a verse. He says a verse. He brought up a verse. What verse did he bring up? He brought up I am the way, the truth, and the life. I think that's what he brought up. I might be wrong. I think that's the verse he brought up in his Christian interview. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except something like that. That might not be the verse. Maybe it was a different verse. I think that was a grain of salt, but I'm pretty sure it was that one. You know, look, I actually put some hair right here. Think about it. Guess we'll write a verse right here. Give the glory to the Lord. It's like, that's what I want to ask the Lord. It's like, do you really want me to full go on? Because it really ain't that hard to write a verse and things. I mean, it's even easier now. You can just copy and paste it. Imagine just copy and pasting a verse. I mean, how hard is that? Like, it really, like, I don't know. If I could ask one question to the Lord, it's like, how far on the spectrum do you want us to be on fire for you? Do you want us to be full on, like, just no holds barred? We're just gonna go full in, or are we just gonna go in the middle? Or are we gonna go kind of just doing it a little bit? That's what I'm wondering. It's funny. All right, Ephesians 6. Let's see here. Which verse should we write up in here? And I guess I could write a pretty long one. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, having done all to stand firm. Stand therefore, having fastened on the belt of truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, and as shoes for your feet, having put on the readiness given by the gospel of peace. In all circumstances, take up the shield of faith, with which you can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. Take up the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could actually probably write the entire thing, because we have a lot of room right there. Let's see how far we could get. I wonder if I could put this up on here.
Okay, let's see if we can do this fast. I write on a slant. I don't know why, but I wonder, do any of you guys write at a slant like that? I always wanted a handwritten Bible. You guys have one of those? That'd be gnarly. What if the robots just take over society and people just go back into the olden times? They're like, we're gonna write our own Bibles now. That'd be hilarious. Because it's so crazy that you can just copy and paste just whoop, the entire Bible. I bet just one, probably in a couple seconds, just copy, paste, boom, print it out. Print thousands of them out. Well, I guess that's kind of cool because you could spread the gospel probably faster. But sometimes I do like to think about the people in the past that would have to handwrite everything because it takes so long. And I have to make sure I'm spelling everything right. Therefore, take up the horn, our God. Now the second line is very important because this is going to kind of give us the spacing. And sometimes I can mess it up and sometimes it's frustrating, but oh wait, let's see here. Someone said something. It wasn't just my own thoughts. Someone's actually in here. By the way, I have the viewer count. I like to turn the viewer count off, so I don't even know if anybody's even watching these things. There's beauty in doing stuff that takes longer, though, teaches us. Also, hi, do you remember? I actually do remember. Are you from Zelda the Hobbit stream? Or is that somebody else? I think that's right. I have seen your name. I might be wrong now. That you may. Let's see. I don't know. I'm gonna be real though. I have never met a single person that has a handwritten Bible. I've never even seen a handwritten Bible in person. Now, I actually have seen some on the internet, but yeah, it's crazy that used to be a profession. That literally used to be like someone's job. Like they used to literally handwrite an entire Bible. Like that's pretty crazy. Some people don't remember me, and it doesn't feel nice. I feel like your name is pretty rememberable. Jim Bim. That you may be, where am I at? Able. By the way, I just totally messed that up. By the way, I write in all caps. Which I don't know if that's good. Is that bad? Able. Where am I at? Able to withstand. You remember me?
Yeah, I feel bad because like I don't hop into people's streams as much as I should. I've been trying to like I need to get into like hopping into more people's streams. I generally watch their VODs, right? Because generally the thing is a lot of people stream when I'm streaming, right? And the thing is I'm just so focused and I feel bad because I'm like, oh man, like I wish I could watch your guys' streams, but like streaming too, so. Withstand. Wait, did I write it all? Therefore, take up the whole armor of God that you may be able to withstand in the evil day. The evil day. And having done all to stand firm. Trying not to misspell anything. Done all to stand firm. And I missed some commas, I think. It's weird, there's one after all, that's odd. And after day, okay, I got that one. I have comic book writing. I used to not write in all caps. I don't know if I could write it all in. I'm kind of running out of time up in here. I might have to write that one. But it kind of looks so. It kind of looks a little barren now. Darn this. For some reason this piece took a long time. It's because this bicycle is hard. It's hard to do. Oh well, maybe I'm just gonna have to just keep writing it. I don't know, I guess I could just keep going past it, honestly, but I have to write a lot more. I don't know, how many can I fit in there? 1, 2... I don't know if I could even fit it all in there. So if that one took that much... Okay, so that's the second one, probably. The third one, fourth, and fifth. Wow, it would be like all the way down here. Do I ever color these? I actually don't. I used to paint. I used to actually be really into painting, but then like the thing is for me personally, I got like burnt out of painting because it's just like it took me so long to paint. I'm gonna put another cross right here. Oh, I forgot. You know what? Actually, just because you said that, now I remember that you said that. Yeah. I kind of want to like put just like a floating cross or something right here. What do you think about that? Huh? Yeah, let's just put Ephesians 6. I'm just going to write that right now up on there. Oh, and I just dropped that pencil. Ephesians 6. Ephesians 6:13. Do you stream, Jim? Because I've been trying to, there's actually been some like Christian artists that have been kind of popping up into the scene of streaming lately. And I've been kind of wondering, it would be cool to like gather us all together. You know, gather us all together and kind of like do something. Sometimes I have to give you a follow. I wonder if I just click on your name. Oh, I'm not even following you, bro. There you go, man. How do I close that? There we go. Not bad, bro. I wasn't even following you, man. Got you covered now, bro. Kind of want to like just draw a cross up in here or something. Just because I don't know what else to put right there. I'm new. I've only streamed like 5 or 6 times. Need to work on consistency. Haven't drawn on stream yet, but could. Yeah, there's many different ways to stream. You know, it's the other thing is you don't have to do really long streams, right? There's some people that you could even just stream for a minute. You know, that's the thing that people don't realize. I don't know if you know this either, Jim, but you can also save all your streams. So you have to do it on the computer, right? But if you have your stream manager, you just have to make it a highlight. A lot of people don't really know that. Oh, okay, let's see. I have them downloaded to my PC. Didn't know you could just save the whole thing here, there. Yeah, you can also download them as well. But the cool thing is you know you can make it into smaller form content if you want to post on like TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. You can also connect your YouTube and just very quickly export them to your YouTube channel. Just really interesting. I'm like, what in the world they do that? That's crazy. Hashtag perspective. Yeah, I'm kind of just now I'm kind of guessing the guesstimation of the perspective. I'm gonna kind of try and do something like I did yesterday. The cross is growing. And hopefully we can all be part of the cross. Oops, I messed that up kind of. Well. I've been downloading them with the intent to eventually upload them to YouTube. You can just upload them from Twitch. Yeah, you have to connect your YouTube channel to your Twitch though. That's the thing. Let us bear fruit for the Lord. I don't really know about that. I've never really done a thing like this right now. But
Yeah. Oh no. They don't auto upload. You can set them to private. If you did want them to go in, you can do it that way as well. That look weird. That looks weird. Maybe I should not do that. Oh, I guess that's too late now, but. That's what I kind of like about using these colored pencils. It does kind of just like, alright, well, you just gotta send it. I mean, I already kind of did it. It's weird. I've never done a piece like this because now it's like bringing in the graffiti thing I did yesterday. Let us bear across everybody. Hopefully we can bear fruit for the Lord. You know, there is that one verse. You know that one weird verse that goes, oh wait, do you, it goes like something like every, branch in me that bears no fruit, he pruneth. I don't know what verse that is, like John something. Hey, do you have chapter verse, Jim? On your, you know, like the chapter verse where like people, put the verses and stuff like that? Because if you want to join it, you can put exclamation join if you want the chapter verse on your thing. Join channel. If you type this on mine, you probably already have it, right? The chapter verse thing. Just quickly sign it. I'm just going to sign it with the green. I don't want to sign it with the... pencil today. Or this is a pencil, but... Oh, you always have to rejoin? I guess I could put a little seed right here because that would go into Luke 8:11. Let me type that in actually in the chat. Let's see if it actually works on mine. It should work. Luke 8:11. And the parable is just the seed is the word of God. And by the way, if anybody's watching these streams, you could copy everything I'm doing. I don't even care. If you guys want to just copy this as an exact character, you guys can. As long, here's the stipulation though. As long as you give glory to the Lord. So, that's the stipulation, okay? Exactly, do everything I'm doing right here. The rule is, for me personally, you just gotta give glory to the Lord. Somehow. Even if it's just a little Bible and a little seed or something like that. You don't gotta go all like put in a big cross or something in it. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, it leaves when you haven't streamed in a while. How'd I learn to draw? From a lot of experimentation. If you actually, I actually do up on the thing, I do have my Instagram. It says drawing and painting Instagram.
You can actually go down to my very first post, and that's when I drew. I have some posts that when I was like 14 years old, like 13, 14 years old. And you could see all the experiments that I've done to get to, I guess, this point in time. But I learned to draw from a lot of people, so many people, so many, I probably can't even name them all. Conceptart.org, I was part of conceptart.org. Some people that worked for, MTG and stuff like that, and Blizzard. Some of those guys. Okay, I'm going to put it on the wood thing. Let's see, are we done here? Because I'm kind of trying to get going here. Really? Mark Corelli. It's interesting. He does make the YouTube videos. I do know who you're talking about. Because that guy has a very... I know who you're talking about. He does the manga comic, right? Man, I haven't heard that name in a very long time. I think that's that guy, right? I might be wrong. But I have seen some of his videos. I have gotten a lot of inspiration from LaShawn Thomas. That's actually one of the reasons why I started using some of these materials, is because of LaShawn Thomas. He animated the Boondocks. Yeah, okay, yeah. Wow, it's so interesting that I would even remember that name. But yeah, I have watched some of his videos. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm using this wood thing. See how I have that right there? These things, it kind of like, like a hide. You know how they splay the hide? I like do it like that, so it kind of like, you could take a better picture of it. Wow, he still makes videos. Crazy. Interesting. Let's see if I get a good little thumbnail up in here. Guess that's going to be the thumbnail for today. Darn, I got to 6 hours. I was trying not to get to 6 hours. I mean, I guess we got into Ephesians 6:13, so that kind of... Now the thing is, I actually used to ink these drawings. Like I actually have one right here. I used to ink these drawings out on stream, right? Problem was, I started getting really frustrated. I'll be back with another real one real soon. He'd say that. That's funny. This one was fun. It was kind of stressful. This bike was hard to do. I normally, if you notice a lot of the characters that I do, I actually don't draw the bike right in the middle, because it's so hard, because you have to proportion it right. Because if I just drew this character, I could just put the bike on the side, and it just makes it way easier. But I guess what's cool about putting the bike in the middle is then I could put something right here. I guess we put that little cross or something. And I guess I could just keep drawing since, I was trying not to get to 6 hours, but now since I'm past 6 hours, okay, that's cool. I feel like every style has, every style, there's a way we can honor the Lord, I think. Even if it's abstract, right? Because, even if we did an abstract piece, how hard is it just to do a line like a cross, see this little cross right here? I would even be cool. I think even if you did a completely abstract piece, you put a little cross in the corner. Bro, that'd be awesome. Because that's actually the funny thing, is when I was a kid, my friend used to tell me, oh, I should put a little cross on, in the night or something like that. And I wasn't even a believer at the time. And now look at me.
I've been trying to glorify the Lord. It's easier said than done, right? Sometimes it's like cringy. I'm trying to get a good thumbnail up in here. Oops. Trying to even it out. Actually, I need to push this out one more notch. There. I mean, how cool would that be if that was a video game? That's the thumbnail, everybody, for the stream. But I hope you guys have a good one. Yeah, it's been weird to do for sure. It's actually been very challenging to do. But what's actually weird is it kind of all started kind of meshing together, right? Because, you know, I used to, like, even if you go on my Instagram and stuff, I used to just draw characters. No verses, none of this. No even cross. Well, actually, I have put crosses in some pieces, but there was a long time where I would just draw the characters, you know, just a fantasy character. And then I got really burnt out because I was like, oh, well, I'm just drawing a knight. I'm just drawing a mage. I'm just drawing a rogue or something like that, right? But then what really got me back into drawing, I was like, I can put if I learn how to draw bikes, I can somehow promote the bike industry, right? And that's what really got me. And then I was like, okay, I can try and promote the bike industry. I could try and promote God. I can try and and it just all meshes into one, you know? It's really cool. Yeah, I'm ending. I try and end before 6. That's kind of my my go-to. This drawing actually I think took 3 hours, which is kind of ridiculous, but close to 3 hours, maybe 2 hours and a half. But yeah, we out of here, everybody. We out of here, Jim. Hope you have a good one. Christian biking booster. I know it's pretty cringy, huh? But I think something like that, right? The other thing I like about so here's the other thing that I like about God's word is that you can essentially. Well, I don't know if it. This is what I've been doing, kind of. Sometimes I don't even know, because it's not like I like go into these drawings. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I kind of knew I was going to do an Armor of God one. But you can also just add a verse in pretty quickly. Like even say, like I drew a random character, right? I could just draw this little floating Bible thing right here. Is something I add into so many pieces. It's because it's just really fast. You can just add it in, and you can just add in like Luke 8:11. But the parable is this: the seed is the word of God, or something like that. We out of here, everybody. Thanks, Jim, for tuning in, man. I appreciate it. Have a good one, man. Blessings to you, Jim. Keep trying your best, man. If you have any questions, man, if I'm drawing, just feel free to ask, and I'll try and do my best to answer. Hopefully we could give more, hopefully I could, get more people to glorify the Lord. Farewell, Jim. Have a good one, man. Farewell, everybody.